There was no sound. I'm so bad. I'm so bad at this. How can I be so? I was sharing with you all. The first time that I ever had Legal Vices on my channel. So I was using an opening of the very first time that I had him on my channel. And I can't believe there was no sound. That's perfect. It's so perfect. On my show. He's sitting here and he's yucking. I saw that he had. Let me go back. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the following program. I am your host, Joe Neerman, aka Good Logic. It's been 6 weeks in the making. How long I've been trying so hard. I saw that it was like his third consecutive win in the All Korean Beard Contest. And I was like, how do I not have this alpha dude pop on my show? He's sitting here and he's yucking it up, giving like the most base takes on Nick Ricada or legal mindset. And I'm like, I feel like I have something missing in my life. And if you want to know what's really sad, I started like so far before him, like, I don't know, like 9 years before him. And I have and then within the next week, I'll have fewer subs than him. I guess that's so how did I get there before him? I started like 9 years before him. When he started, I think I had 87,000 subs. And like now I have 101. He's at 92. So yeah, to answer your question. So this was the first time that I was introducing Jeff to my channel. Tonight we right that wrong. As I say, welcome to the show, my good friend Legal Vices. How are you?
I'm doing well. I got the Joe gear on, got the patterned shirt, button, the hat. Luckily, I accidentally had a sport coat within arm's reach because I went on Andrew and I did the same thing. I wore like this, wore the Andrew gear, and then he comes on, and he's just like wearing like a polo shirt. I mean, I put on this whole thing.
No, okay. Let's slow down for a second. I'm almost like a friend like you never watched. I never have this. I had a family bar mitzvah, and I came running back. And in fact, the people living under my roof here were kind of annoyed at me because like they actually like the family, and we had to bolt out like I don't know, like an hour and a half, 2 hours early, so I would make it back. And it's really because I was having you on that I was like, I would have just said, F the show. But I was like, are you kidding me? I've been fighting to get this guy on for ages. I'm going to just let him slip away because I got some bar mitzvah. Sorry, kiddo. So
here's your gift. I'm out.
Yeah. What gift? What? Yeah. Anyway. So there you go. That was me meeting Jeff for the first time. And he quickly became a very good friend. Now, I mean, I'm not going to put airs on about like the nature of our relationship as far as like, we were besties. We weren't. I was able to quickly identify with him because we have commonality with respect to being the same age range, common interests, common perspectives about healthy society and about the law, and a similar sense of humor. So, and he was just very obviously a really good person. And that's type of people you seek out to sort of make them your circle of friends. I would have a continual running joke with him whenever he would invite me to make an appearance, because what he would do is he would create this text saying, I'm having some drunkathon thing or doing a coverage of this or whatever. And he would it was very obvious that he was just copy and pasting that to one creator after another. I would rag on him saying, if you can't send me an individualized invitation, just don't even bother. Don't even bother. I don't need to be part of some group thing. No. Show some respect. I have enough respect for myself that I'm not just showing up because I was part of some mass text. You could just throw in the word Joe. Hey, Joe. And then give the exact same thing. But at least put in the hey, Joe. Didn't you ever have to write thank you cards for like a bar mitzvah? You know, that's what you do. Hey, Joe. So, and then for like the next, I don't know, 5-8 times he invited me on somewhere, he would be like, "Dearest Joe, it would be so meaningful to me if I could have you, Joe, appear on my show." It was great. It was great. He knew how to take a joke. He knew how to take a hit. He knew how to drop hits. He was just really, really just a good person. Just a good person. Most of you have seen that in this sphere, there is routinely drama which would ensue between one creator or another. And he's someone who was really very good about escaping free of all drama, always coming across as being genuine with everyone, and really being able to dance at different circles, which is a very, very unique skill, which I work hard at trying to similarly master. But he's just a really genuine. He was just a really genuine person, and this has hit me harder than I would have thought it would hit me. The suddenness of his passing has bothered me a lot more. I'm like, I just don't want to stream. I just don't want to. Like, I don't care about like the whole everything that's going on. Like, I just like I've just been like not angry, just down, just really, really down, and it's made me very reflective about people, relationships, life, death, just so many different things that I've been introspecting on a lot over the last 36 hours. So I didn't hear about it for like 5 or 6 hours. Yesterday afternoon, I was busy composing a very lengthy thread and very nervous that if I looked away from that thread, all the work that I had been putting into it, it literally took me hours to put that thread together. I was explaining everything about the ungagged Trump suit, which I really don't want to spend much time talking about tonight. Because it feels so meaningless, even though I know it's significant. I know it's significant, but it feels so meaningless in the face of death. And and then the next thing, when I finally hit enter on it, a minute later, I see all these different notifications Megan Fox putting out there. And it made me feel stupid. Like, it's like, it made me feel stupid. Like, I was like almost embarrassed. I almost took the thread down because I was just like, I feel humiliated. And I know there was nothing wrong with what I was doing. I was just doing what I'm, part of what my function is and what I'm supposed to be doing. But it just felt so, like I was so wrapped up. And that's the way life is. You have to get wrapped up in whatever it is you're doing if you're going to do it properly. But I was so wrapped up in it, it just felt so trivial compared to, a passing of a friend. So in that sense, so I only found out about it like, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours after this news went public. And I reached out to Megan right away, Megan Fox. I texted her and I was like, what the hell? What happened? And she told me she tried calling him, and his ex-wife picked up the phone and told her she died. He died, and then her son got on the phone. His son, their mutual son, got on the phone and shared links. He's like, this is definitely real. This is not like some bogus thing. And the news was just filtering around, and
And I didn't really want to write anything because I was like, nothing I'm going to write is going to really properly reflect how I feel. I'm not really sure how I feel. I just sort of felt like it's like that second that someone like, hits you with a sucker punch and you're just like, what the hell's going on? Like you're sort of like confused. Like what the hell just happened? Like why? Why did that happen? Which I never ask why when it comes to death, because I think that just sort of presupposes that we can actually understand what God's thinking. So, but you're sort of like, it's just sort of, I was confounded. And I had this very weird dichotomy, a paradox, where it made me feel very, very small and yet very, very significant. Not very large. It made me feel very small yet very significant. And the reason I felt small yet significant is because I see how impactful his death is on thousands of people who never met him, much as I never met him. But it's still that they found it very impactful because you feel like you know him. And with him, if you think, like I wrote, if you felt like you knew Jeff, you did know Jeff because he was the exact same person off camera as he was on. Like it's it's just like, okay, now he's turning the camera on, but there's no persona when he was creating content. He was just, this is me. This is me having lunch. This is me on camera. Same Jeff. And I was like, it's so impactful to so many people. And it made me realize that I have at least a similar impact. And that made me feel like really significant. And yet at the same time, you feel really small because like, I mean, like I was just saying, he's the same age bracket as me. There's not too many people. I think this might be the first person I can think of who I look at this person as being a peer who has a sudden natural death. A sudden natural death. Not stabbed, not murdered, not OD, not hit by a bus, some, tragic freak accident, drowning. No, just coronary failure. And that's kind of terrifying type of thing. Where it makes you like appreciate, like, that nobody knows what tomorrow is. And every person who says such a thing, like I don't, no one knows what tomorrow is going to bring. Like they could be saying that for 60 years and still keep going. And that frailty and uncertainty of tomorrow makes you feel kind of small. So that's the weird dichotomy that I've been sort of feeling. I was thinking about putting together a show, and I was like, if I'm going to make a memorial for him, I want to do it right. And I'm like, I don't even know what doing it right actually means. What the hell does that mean, doing it right? I see people in the chat here. I got Uncivil in the chat. I got Nate the lawyer in the chat. I could bring him in here. I could. We'll sit here commiserating. I'm sure some of you would want me to do that. I have no problem doing it. I'm not even asking them. I just don't know. I'm like, is that more of a memorial if I'm talking to other people who knew him? I guess. Is that going to make you feel? That's going to make people feel better if they hear me talking with other people in the law tube sphere. If it would, I'd bring them up. I'm seeing a whole bunch of yes pleases. I mean, I don't want the whole show to be me talking to other lawyers. Because I don't think that they're necessarily any much more impacted by his passing than anyone who's watching this show right now. Like, I don't think they're much more impacted at all. I mean, we are impacted. I guess we've spoken to him, so he's sort of a little bit more of a bond. But I got Eric up here. So Jeff was the best of us. All right, I'll send out invites. Maybe this will help the push. I would like to get him over 100,000. I want him to just go flying right past me in subs. Fly right past me. Soar. You fly, Angel. Go ahead. Fly. So I'm going to send out invites to those in the chat who I see here. And there's no pressure. There's no pressure. So that means basically Eric, Nate, and Civil. Let me do that real fast. Mm-hmm. All right, I just sent you, Nate. So. And I plan on, I'm probably going to end up being here for a little bit longer than normal. I don't really have an end moment. I just still feel very confused. And I was thinking like, should I like wait and put something together? I was like, I don't feel like I can do a show until like I sort of really address this. And I was sent to Eric. Is there anyone else in the chat that I should be sending to? And the whole thing, as far as that, my push to get him, Hayden's in the chat too. I'd love to get Hayden in here. All right. Aussie Overlord. I sent you and Valhalla awaits. Yeah, I'll get Valhalla up here also. I'll get Nick Starr up here also. All right. So Aussie Overlord said he's going to drop by later. Let me get Nick Starrow in here also. We'll have a little impromptu gathering. Raise a glass. Raise a glass. That guy could drink so like he can handle his alcohol. I'm like, I don't even believe it. You must be watery. How can you go through? I tapped out at the most I think I ever took. The most I think I ever had on stream was 23 shots. This guy's doing like 38. I'm like, how is that possible? How is that possible? How is that even friggin' possible? Let me get some of these chats up here. Brian, thank you so much. Megamau is saying, I'm already in tears. Jeff is one of the best. I still can't believe he's gone. Mondays will never be the same. Maritime Mondays are my favorite. Godspeed, Jeff. And we'll see you on the other side. Godspeed, indeed. To Jeff Legal Advisors, Lawrax, never forgotten. Such an incredible, kind, hilarious man. Taken too soon. Way too soon. Yeah, I think I got to that. You and Jeff, both my favorite YouTube, have shed tears. Hope he was made into the jacuzzi Soul Hotel before he passed. Listen deeply and genuine soul. R.I.P. Legal Vices. He was an amazing guy. He was an amazing guy. Jeff has been such an inspiration to me. I'm changing things up in my life to live more fully. Yeah. I totally agree with this sentiment. I'm sort of torn between two conflicting things on this. Like when people talk about like a bucket list type of thing, because this is the sort of thing which obviously makes each of us contemplate our own mortality. So when people talk about like, a bucket list type of thing, they tend to have on there a whole bunch of life experiences: skydiving, Grand Canyon, bungee jumping, visit some place in Europe or the Far East or whatever. That's what people tend to consider on their bucket lists, as opposed to like accomplishments or developments of themselves, or as far as other things that they tend to not make it onto their bucket list. And I think it's actually a healthier thing to have a bucket list, which is more of the latter and less of the former. And the reason I think that's true is because I know that those are the things that bring you actually more happiness. There's no question that those things bring you more happiness. Even developing a skill, it brings you like a certain level of happiness. If you learn to play piano, it gives you, or play keyboard, it gives you a sense of accomplishment and recognition of your own self-worth. And to me, that's a greater happiness than the moments you would spend in Africa or jumping from an airplane. I have here joining me now, Mr. Kurt Mueller on Civil Law. How are you, brother?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Okay. All right. So where did you stumble upon the news?
Someone on my Discord notified me that Megan Fox had tweeted it out. And so I learned about this relatively early yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I had already been thinking about I suppose the subject of death, because I had recently learned, just like a couple days before that, about the passing of Bruce Rivers' son, Michael Rivers. So Bruce Rivers, for some of you who may or may not know, is a very popular
Lawyer.
Commentator in the law commentary space, but he's kind of a solo act, sort of like Legal in that respect. And he had his son, who he referred to as a content genius. His son seemed to be the driving force behind his channel, as far as I could tell. And his son died in late November, but I didn't find out about it until I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5 days ago or something. So I'd already been.
Die?
I don't know. I didn't see an official cause of death that was listed.
Mm-hmm.
In the obituary that I saw, I didn't see an official cause of death.
Mm-hmm.
And Bruce Rivers has not posted since then, so it's strongly impactful. And then I found out at a slightly later time that his son's mother, who I believe he was married to at the time, well, no, they might have divorced. In any event, his son's mother had died from self-harm.
Wow.
And so
Before
Bruce Rivers,
no,
before. This was either, I'm not sure exactly when. I think it was when Michael was young, so it might have been 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it just made me think. It was on my mind because I had been thinking about that, and then I found out about the news of Jeff passing, which was very unexpected.
It was
at least
such a
to
bolt
me,
out of the blue.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff seemed like he was in good health. He seemed like he was in good spirits and good health from what I could tell. And so there was no outward indication to me that this was anywhere on the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
So when I heard the news about Jeff's passing, I did a little stream to talk about these sort of twin events that, at least to my mind, came in my mind in relatively close succession. So, Jeff was, as I think what I'd say is true of Jeff is true of most people. I've pretty much everyone I've met on LawTube. Everyone's kind of who they represent themselves to be, at least in my view. People tend to be a little bit more rich in person. They tend to have a little bit more full personality in person, a little bit more complete, but their persona on screen is kind of who they are in a lot of respects. And so Jeff was just a very warm, kind, caring guy. He always made me feel welcome and like a friend. He had he had a good cheer spirit, hail kind of a hail and good cheer kind of spirit.
And the thing that I saw him do, perhaps more than anyone else in this sphere, is he really extended himself towards much smaller creators. Like he would just bring in folks who had like 500 subs, or a couple of thousand subs, and really promote them and pitch them and treat them as if they were no different, simply because his channel was significantly larger than theirs. And that's a type of magnanimity where you're and it shouldn't be. I mean, but people view it that way. People view it as a type of magnanimity, but it's because he's just such a real person that he's just like, I don't know, this is just, he's a person, I'm a person, she's a person, we're all folks here, and we're just all doing our thing here. And he was just he treated everyone the same. Like he didn't kiss ass. He didn't, and he never talked down to people. He treated everyone the same and just was absorbing their content and interacting, as Jeff. And that sort of thing that's a rare quality, that he's not sitting there, kissing up to people who may be in a position to help him. He's just being him all the time. I remember, though, I'll tell you, when that submarine disaster happened, and I remember joking with him, I was like, finally, your time has arrived, Jeff. It's like his whole career arc is rooted on disasters at sea, like when the ship crashed into the bridge. It's like, oh my God, that's terrible. But I guess each of us are dealing with someone's misery when we're covering something that's going to capture the public's attention. But he loved that story.
An actual maritime court. It's exciting, right?
It's a maritime court. It's so someone put out there, like, I nominate Good Logic to learn maritime law and fill in the void. A, I would never be able to fill in the void the way he did. B, it's such a weird area of law. I went for an interview once in a law firm that specialized in maritime law, and I was reading the pamphlet they had there, literally reading the pamphlet as an attorney, having no idea what the heck Inch Marie was. I didn't know what I was reading. I didn't understand anything. I was just like, I don't know what the hell I'm even doing here in this interview. It didn't go well. But yeah.
I know salvage rights are a thing. How am I doing? I got that. It's like, if I rescue the boat, I can keep some of its cargo.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me catch up on some of the super chats that came in here. You and Jeff, my favorite, shed tears. We got this one. Nate the lawyer saying RP Legal Vices is an amazing guy.
In honor of Jeff, I'll be enjoying this 12-year-old Redbreast
Nice.
Irish whiskey.
Nice. Jeff has been such an inspiration to me. I'm changing things in my life to live more fully. I think that's where I got up to. Jeff was the best of us. That's true, Eric. He was great. Mega Ma Bear is saying, I love you too, Joe. You and Jeff have had your own way of getting your point across, and I so appreciate that. I've been up and down about this whole thing all day. Get Jeff to 100K. I would love to see him get. I'm urging you all. There's a link to his thing. In fact, I'm going to put in the description to his channel. I'm urging him. There's a massive push to get him to 100K. I think it's kind of. I kind of laugh at the idea of getting him to 100K after he's gone. Like it's almost like mocking him, and it's in a certain way. On the other hand, it's sort of honoring him. Like I think I could so picture him saying, "Yeah, fat lot of good that does me now." Like I could totally see him like just being like, "Great, awesome."
Yeah,
but on the other hand, it feels
like
for us. Thing. It does, right? It's like, oh, okay, yeah, you're gonna get to 100K, and you can like see it from heaven. But on the other hand, I sort of feel like it's the public's display of love and appreciation that encouraging people to go over there and sign up to him. Yeah. And in that sense, I think it's a nice thing. So I am going to push each and every one of you to click the link. I'm going to throw it into the chat also. I'm going to pin it in the chat, the link to his channel, so people pop on in here can make sure that they sub up over there. And speaking of popping on in, I have here Nick Starrow.
Hey.
How are you, Nick?
Managing.
You're in the EU, aren't you?
Yep.
So what time was it? Like 5:40 in the morning for you?
Yep. Wow. Exactly 5:40 in the morning. So I have about a half hour before I have to go to work.
So why don't you? Maybe you can share with us your thoughts about Legal Vices.
Oh, well, I would probably not have the channel I have if not for him. I mean, less than 100, 200 subscribers, and he just had me on and pushed me. And yeah. And so yeah. No, I'm not Croatian.
Croatian? Of all the possible guesses, Croatia.
Of all the possible guesses.
Someone went with Croatia.
I have the Yule goat. I have the Yule goat, and yeah.
Pardon us for not knowing the Yule goat. But yeah, the way he says,
sorry, yo.
Yeah, the way he says Yule like that, you have to be thinking. You should be thinking more of the of the Scandinavian area or Dutch, maybe German, but yeah,
Swedish.
That's what you should be. Scandinavian. There we go.
Scandinavian, yeah. North Germanic, if you are going back in time.
There you go.
Yeah. So
while you're here, why don't you tell everyone a little bit about what your channel is and what you do, and maybe we can continue in Jeff's tradition of trying to help promote channels that others may not have heard of.
Well, thank you. Well, I am currently cursing and yelling at Fanny Willis at my channel. First through the YSL trial, which I've covered for the last year and a half, and now all the other RICOs she's doing, and the FOIAs and all the other things. So I'm touching on your subjects here, Joe.
I see that. I see that. You're venturing in there.
Yeah. And I was mid-stream, mid-rant on Fanny Willis when my chat started to blow up. And first, I just saw one or two. I thought, don't even joke about that. That's not funny. But then I saw the names of the people. And then I went on X and saw the Megan's
Yeah.
tweet, and I had to cut the stream.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I got it.
I'm not good at feels, and yeah. Now, I mean, with if it weren't, I mean, I copied Lawrax some. I did have my Friday drinking streams, which since then has developed into the Friday panel show. So I invite well, during the YSL trial, the lawyers, other people who covered. So we talked about that every Friday. So it turned into a Friday panel show.
Mhm.
And so yeah, I mean, you could copy Jeff on a lot of things because he was severely underrated as a content creator.
He was. I was actually thinking I was going to share some of his content here. Before I really came in here without a plan. I was and I was just like, I want to talk about what I sort of want to talk about what I'm feeling. And I was like, maybe I'll end up bringing people in, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just watch some clips of that he's done. Maybe I'll take some calls from people who are feeling affected by this. I'm not limiting, by the way, to, someone was saying to me that Jeff's reach was far beyond LawTube, and those who knew him truly deserved the invite too. His friends didn't just include LawTube. I agree with you 100%, and I'm happy to have anyone on who he's ever had on and bring them up here. I'm not.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Speaking of which, I got this schmuck in here. So.
Joe, you have successfully pinned your StreamYard link to your comments.
Did I?
You should take that down.
Excellent.
Awesome.
That's top boomer right there. That's all the way boomer.
I figured I should jump on real quick and bring that.
Yeah. Well, you started out with muted, and now you're posting the wrong link. I think Jeff's here.
We've all been affected deeply by Jeff's passing. Some of us a little worse than others. That's all. That's all.
Even our electronics are being affected.
Yes, sir. Hey, everybody. How we doing?
Hi, Val. Hi, Val. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Same, brother. Same. Hey, Kurt.
And for anybody who wonders, no, we are not related. Me and Val.
Not that we can prove, anyway.
No.
Both your ancestors.
Get over here, Val.
Yeah. You want to do the.
So, Val, can you tell us a little bit about like what you've been your how you've been processing this whole thing?
I've been this sucks. Everything about this sucks. I've spent a lot of time in Jeff's chat, and at one point I would have considered myself probably one of his top mods, right? Why is that flashing? Not the top necessarily, but I would have been arguably one of his most trusted mods, I think, at one point for a very long time.
How's your electronics doing?
Not good. I don't know what the fuck's happening over here. It's freaking out. All right. It's about to have a seizure. And I've been struggling. Flat out. I've been struggling with a lot of things.
Well, let's try to talk that out. Maybe through your struggle, discussing your struggle, that would help other people who are similarly struggling, and sort of as like a YouTube community type of thing, we can help other people. So, I mean, look, when you're dealing with the death, you're not gonna make that pain go away. But as far as just coping with the impact that many of us are feeling, I think that perhaps this could be.
My feeling would be one of dominantly like, what is this bullshit? Because Jeff seemed like he was in good health and doing well, and for him to just die like that, it's like that wasn't supposed to happen. So what is this bullshit? That's sort of my dominant feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you say, would you classify that as anger?
Either that or denial. One of the two.
Are you guys similarly feeling that? Or are you feeling more sadness than denial? Like, what? How do you guys feel like you're thinking?
Well, I generally speaking, I don't deal with death very well, right? Like I've seen entirely too much of it, and I don't deal with it well. And it didn't hit me really until today. I don't think that he actually passed, and I broke down today a little bit, and I shed a couple tears.
I'll tell you that I think that the suddenness is what makes this, and given his age, the suddenness is what makes it so shocking.
He's only 10 years older than me. He's only 54.
Yeah, I'm 54. So
yeah,
so
roughly same age, and yeah.
So and that's why I sort of okay. So I'll give you some of the thoughts that I've been feeling, like bewilderment more than anything else, and also appreciation. Like when I see how much love he gets, I think that's a reflection of how influential we're blessed to be, how impactful we're blessed to be, and it's not just people who are content creators on YouTube, because there's someone who's not on YouTube. You end up having way more influence on other people in your community and your life than you ever possibly realize, and that's why that's why it's important to appreciate our own significance. And I'm likely gonna get biblical several times during the course of this stream. Not gonna. I'm giving you fair warning on that. In the very early parts of Torah, and as it is in the Christian Bible. So they go through Genesis, they talk about the lengthy lifespans that each of the individuals whose lives they recorded have, living several centuries.
Hundreds of years, right?
Right, yeah. But ranging, like as far as, as high as 969 years, like the shortest ones they start recording to, until Abraham are like 210 years. Like that's a short life. And what's interesting is that when, especially in the first segments of Genesis, when it's going through their lifespans, it says they lived this many years and they died, and they died, and they died, which is a strange added word. If they lived this many years, you know that at the end of that term, they died. Why waste the word of saying and they died? Because Torah doesn't waste any words. And the lesson that we're supposed to take from that is their death was shocking because no one ever died. They knew they were all going to die, but it was just like it was a similar type of bewilderment as when you have a 54-year-old man die of a coronary in a hotel, where you're just like, oh my God, that guy's gone. Like, what happened? Even though they lived so many centuries, because no one ever died, because they would live for such long periods, that anyone dying was always like a shocking event. And I think that what we should all take from both Genesis and perhaps from Legal Vices is actually a certain message of, you think that you're going to be here forever, especially when you're a kid, you think that nothing can kill you, which is obviously stupid and short-sighted. But that's a sin of youth, which is common to everyone who's ever been young. But I think it is a certain message that we should all take from it, which is we don't know whether the number of our days are 20 years, 50 years, 70 years, or 100 years. And the message is, get off your ass and do something. Make, to add significance to your existence here. I think that's a healthy takeaway. And I'm not that's not a criticism of Jeff. He did get off his ass. That guy worked like an animal. And look how much he impacted. And so I'm not at all critiquing him. I'm actually crediting him that he did get off his ass, and he was impactful during his relatively short lifespan. And I think it's an important wake up to each and every one of us. Like, don't think that you have like, next month, next year to do what you're looking to do. Get off your ass and do it now, because you don't know No one knows what tomorrow is. Right? I mean,
My old man died of cancer at like 58 or 59. I can't remember at the moment. But it by the time we found out that he had it, he only lived like a couple of weeks, right? It was like we found out he had it, got officially diagnosed, and he lived for like 2 weeks after that. Something like that, maybe 4. My details are fuzzy. And you're absolutely correct, right? Like none of us know how long we've got or how long we've got with each other. And to add on to your point of get off your ass, I would also like to remind everybody to make sure they tell the people they love that they do.
amen. That's part of getting off your ass, by the way. It doesn't literally mean like, you know, it doesn't mean, you know, it doesn't mean check off your bucket list today. It doesn't mean anything like that. It means, you know, be productive, and being part of being productive is connecting to others and expressing their significance to you. 100%, 100% Valhalla.
Yeah, well, I mean, we are 5 kids. Well, not kids, but we lost our mother when we were all young. So Dad had to take care of all of us. And and Dad's still around. The old fart. Dad, my inheritance still waiting. No, just joking. No, the old fart. He spends every summer in Portugal with Eva, my stepmom. Been doing that since they retired. So because they don't like the cold.
Your age.
What's up?
Said hopefully she's about your age.
No. They're the same age. They're the same. Yeah. Me and Dad are roughly the same in that way. We like our women our own age, and but yeah, I mean, it's rough. I keep thinking about Jeff's family and how they are because Jeff's dad is still alive. I mean, and just a story for those who doesn't know. Jeff saved up. I mean, maybe a year's worth of super chats just to give his dad a Rolex.
That's pretty awesome.
And that's the kind of guy Jeff was. I mean, he probably, if he didn't give away so much stuff, he could live out of his channel, but he kept giving.
Yeah. What do you think Jeff would say if there was
Stop
a different
crying, you wansies?
If there was no, I'm saying if there was a different Jeff, like if you know that if there was a different person from this sphere that he saw had died suddenly, like what do you think? What do you all think he would say?
Oh, he'd be poetic as F. He'd have this awesome monologue just roll off the tip of his tongue, and it'd be deep and endearing and motivational, and he's good at that shit.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably like more upbeat or more positive or more affirming, because he always had a very sort of sunny disposition.
Yeah.
So he probably would do the monologue with focusing on the positive memories and positive times, and focusing on the happiness that they brought, and that would be what he would remember them by, and how it inspired him.
Yeah,
how it made his life better.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen examples on X and on his Discord about people, not random people, but people in his chat who expressed they lost somebody, and he reached out to them. And yeah,
Did you guys watch his last?
I watched part of it, and there's something very amusing about the fact that his last stream was doing the letter of Sarah Boone. There's something very sort of poetic about that. Maybe we can charge Sarah Boone with another murder. Who knows? She almost got me. She almost caused me to laugh myself to death. So
I guess
maybe she got Jeff.
His last sign off was on Nick's channel, right? The other night.
And he was on my Friday panel show. He had to go because the cab was waiting for him. So he signed off, and I don't remember.
Exit a little bit. He couldn't figure out how to get out.
No. Yeah,
Ghazni called me today, and he was telling me that he thought it was super poetic that Vice's last sign off, he boomered it in the best fashion and couldn't figure out how to get off your stream.
Yeah.
It was
Really?
Yeah. I'm using a new platform for streaming, EVMux, and he couldn't figure it out.
Can you share that over here? That's awesome. I'd love to see that. I'm gonna run through some of the chats. You dig that up. I'm gonna run through some of the chats. All right.
Yeah.
This is Family Towel saying hands in the chat too. Do Zacharias Anderson and his family know? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't been going around informing people. I am curious
I would assume that Solomon has seen it at this point, at least.
Yeah.
I would assume so.
Yeah, probably. Nathan saying, in memoriam of our good friend Jeff Legal Vices, truly felt like I was hanging out with a friend every time I joined one of his streams. May he rest in peace. There's a group memorial stream planned. When is that? Are you guys familiar with that?
I heard Danny was putting something together.
So there's a bunch of them that I'm aware of that are all kind of taking place at the moment. So Legal Vices mods have had a Discord server for years, and there's been a lot of activity in that space in the last 2 days. Legal Vices' son has been added, as well as several other people, and I know that there's talk of collaborating a bunch of memorial efforts in that space at the moment. I don't know that anything's finalized quite yet.
Yeah. When I started the stream, he was at 92.5. Now he's at 93.3. I would be.
He may hit his 100K yet.
Yeah, I'm sure he will hit 100K. I'm hoping. I'm positive he'll hit 100K. Questions. When I checked him yesterday, he was at 82. So, and I didn't check him during.
That's all it took to get us to subscribe was for him to die, man.
Yeah, just a little sacrifice. No big deal. No big deal.
Yeah, it's really taking one for the team there. Jeff.
Blood sacrifice is worth 15K subscribers. That's what we're learning.
There you go.
That's dark.
You just copy and paste those invite, making each one personal. Shut up, Allegan News. He's mocking me that I was joking about how Jeff would send me one of his group invites to some stream or something like that, and I was yelling at him to make them personal when he sends them to me. Hey Joe, I missed LM stream, barely caught the end of Uncivils this morning, so here's to you, the boys, and Jeff, thinking thoughts and prayers for his family. Amen. Sadly, Joe, he was a year older than you and me. Yeah, I don't even. Was he? Oh, because Eric's like 2 weeks younger than me. So, to me, this is so weird. Here's the other thing that I took from it. The other thing I took from it is because he was a little heavy. It's really a reminder to do everything you can to make sure you get regular checkups and get your weight in shape, especially when you hit your 50s. It can't hurt to make sure that you're doing whatever you can to ensure longer life. So.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm quite heavy set, but then again, I can't do much.
The beard hides it. The beard hides it.
Yeah, it does.
I'm kidding. I thought you were a skinny.
You're not. No, Nick's not that heavy set. He's got a little bit of a belly, but he's not like a big.
I'm 270, 280, somewhere around
but
there.
You're also like 6'4" or 6'5" or something crazy. Like you were at my house like 3 months ago. You're not.
Yeah, I know. No,
I mean you're a big dude, but you're not like. You're not like super obese or anything.
Stop. Yeah. But at the same time, my knees are shot, so it's not like I can go out and jog. Now, I didn't do that before my knees were shot either, so I really don't have any excuses for that. But yeah.
Well, I was already spending this month trying to spend more time on the elliptical anyway, so
There you
I guess
go.
I'm extra motivated.
Yeah, it's not a joke. It's not a joke.
Yeah.
You know, there's a direct correlation between obesity and shortening of life. So
Yeah. I mean, I see my doctor regularly because I have cancer on both sides of family. So I do go regularly, and to their big disappointment, I'm fat and healthy. I don't have high cholesterol. I have good blood pressure, good blood sugar. I'm just fat and healthy for now. For now. So yeah,
Well,
I got myself one of
the
these at
Vikings
work.
have long lifespans in general, don't they?
Well, if we don't die by the sword, we kind of stay around for a bit.
Yeah.
But I got
Cold
myself
weather
one of
has
these
much-
under the desk bike thing at
Yeah.
work. So yeah, trying.
Yeah. To answer your question, he's from Sweden. So
From Sweden, yeah.
he's Swedish. Let me run through some more of these here. McRae is saying, to me, this is so weird because I don't get emotional when celebrities I like pass away, but I felt like I knew him and listened to him almost every day. We'll miss him so much. Yeah. Like I said, I really just couldn't stream. And I'm surprised only because like he's not someone I could go months without talking to him. You know what I'm saying? It's not like someone I would talk to every single day, every week, or literally even every month. And when I hung out with him, I always knew I was gonna have a good time, you know, and that never failed. But I always really liked and respected him. But I was like, why am I streaming? Like, you know, Vice is it's like what am I going to talk about? Like, how can I talk about this when this is like hanging over? I'm not even going to kid you. Like, part of this is I really want to honor him, and another part of it is I don't feel like I can do another stream, like a regular stream, and just pretend without doing this first. Like, I sort of need this to have at least this level of closure. It's not complete closure that I'm going to get out of this stream, but at least this level of closure, so I can like start to, you know, get back into doing what I do.
Well, I think it's absolutely safe to say that Jeff's passing, right? This loss to the community that we're in YouTube is a big deal. And it almost, like you're saying, it almost has to be acknowledged at the very least. Like, you can't just pretend like nothing happened, right? Like, we lost a good one, y'all. We lost a key member of the community, and it's gonna suck. It's gonna hurt for a while.
All right. I'm going to add to the stage here. Nick has this last sign off from Legal Vices. So let's check this out.
Well, shoot, Nick, I hate to be here for just like 20 minutes and run, but taxi guys are coming in. Sorry, my monitors weren't working. I couldn't get on sooner.
Aw.
But somehow
I know what it is. Me, isn't it, Jeff?
What did you do to my monitors? Well, that's it. I got to get down before the taxi guy gets here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I spend a weekend in Seoul
Yeah.
alone in a hotel, and it just self-caring.
Oh,
We'll see you all soon. Take
Lovely
care.
to meet you.
take care.
Bye,
Bye.
everybody. See you. See you, everybody. Bye. Bye, hell, bye,
Bye.
everybody.
Thanks for being here. See you next time.
Good to see you, Jeff. Don't be a stranger. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I have zero idea how to get out of this stupid studio, so I'm just gonna shut the tab. Bye.
Hey,
That's awesome. That's really good. I know that feeling. Whenever you're in like a new platform type of thing, there's never an easy push here to leave thing. There's always some sort of veiled thing. So, yeah, that's classic. Let me run through some more of these here. Kathy saying, I never would have imagined was possibly connected to a YouTuber. Ali, we look for you all. You're part of our lives. Thank you all, Joe, Nate, Eric, and all. You're all significant. It's true. Like we don't realize our own significance, and that's a really, and that's the part which
which was I found to be humbling. Like it was just we don't appreciate, even if you're someone who's got a relatively smaller channel, you know, the people who are regularly watching you, you're that much more meaningful because they know that you're noticing them. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have a few thousand subs and you're streaming on a regular basis and people are watching you, you know them, they know you, and there's sort of this interwebs type of bond that becomes in certain ways much stronger. I will naturally always feel a certain recognition of folks who were watching me when I was just a couple thousand subs and they were there with me on a nightly basis, just because, you know, that's because they were so easily identifiable. It's like, oh, here's Nerniath, here's Joe, here's just probably like 100 people that it's just like they were there night after night, and it's a much deeper level impact because they know you're recognizing them, so they know that it's it's mattering. So anyway, let's see. Nick is telling me here that he added me to a group on X that plans a memorial fundraiser, funeral costs stuff. I'd be happy to participate in that. So I mean, as long as it's not on the Sabbath, most of these things tend to be Friday night or Saturdays. So if I'm obviously not going to be able to attend if it's at that point, but if it's any other time, I'll probably make it there.
Yeah.
No, schedule Friday night.
It's always Friday.
Yeah. It's always a Friday. For this Friday is I'm hosting the Modi Christmas, which Jeff already planned for, but for his moderators, so I will host that for them. And then so this is this Friday, and the last date I saw was the plan was of course the 27th, which is also Friday.
Nice.
For a memorial stream with.
Well, I'll be there in spirit, but yeah, I'm not gonna be able to be there any other way. But I appreciate the.
Someone send me a Joe mask. I'll wear it. It'll be fine.
Do that. Do that. That's what we need to. That's what I need to have. I need to create something. You know, there's goods now where you can put, a face on it for facial recognition.
You should have the hat with the glasses suspended underneath it, and then like the goatee, so it's all one, like a catcher's mitt.
Kurt, I love you, but I don't trust you with that.
I trust him. I trust him just fine. He'll be fine. He can come. There.
It will not be inconsiderate at all.
Right. No. I have the utmost confidence in Kurt. He can go out there. I'll create one of those masks, and it'll be the most popular thing amongst YouTubers. You're
going to do a Mission Impossible thing? Right. Aha! It was me, Kurt, all along.
No, did you see they have this thing now that you can actually had that? This was happening when they were trying to look for what later turned out to be Luigi Mangione. That they were showing the face that you can make someone's face that they pull a hood up and then put like a scarf over, and the top part of their face. It's basically
I saw that. It was pretty good.
It's crazy. Like you could literally look like a different race, like completely different person, and there's no way that on video anyone would be able to tell that it's that's a fake face.
Yeah, I know.
If you're planning some roadside assassinations, it's the way to go.
I mean, Coffin Daffer was fooled by one of these moving AI of the Luigi guy, but there are, I mean, AI a year ago was you saw Will Smith eating spaghetti from under his chin. Now,
right?
Yeah, and folks, the AI you see now is the worst it will ever be. It will only be better.
And there's that one that just came out recently that's limited from Google, was it? That's creating video, like 12-second video. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So some of it's getting really, really good.
That's scary. Yeah. It's so scary.
Yeah. But hopefully I'm not desirable for AI to be copied.
Well, there's so much video of me and audio of me already that someone wanted to deep fake me. I'm sure they could pull it off.
I have once or twice. So.
Yeah.
You create deep fakes of me?
Yeah, I was like,
Hmm?
I came out as you. It was
Okay.
It was killer. It was,
All right.
it was-
I've put out several AI music compilations that I had nothing to do with at this point. They'll just have me singing songs. It's
Angel
great.
Australia says, in case we haven't said, we love you all. We need the Law Pope at times like this. He would be great right now, and I hope that he gets back to a place where he can be stepping up in a moment like this. I'm so beyond heartbroken. YouTube will never be the same for me. And we all feel that, Elisha.
Mm.
Jeff's reach was far beyond LawTube, and those who knew him truly deserve the invite too. Right, I mentioned that earlier. All the South Citizens read page 1 of Maritime Law. Vikings just came by to say hi. So there you go. You get your hi there from Dave. Joe, is that a link to his channel? Yeah, we got it. We got it. Watch the end of his last stream. Very poignant.
Mm.
I'm going to try to pull that up soon. Jeff's voice sounded like my friend's older brother, made him really easy to listen to. Gonna miss him. Yeah, he had a great voice. Jenny L with a very generous $50. Absolutely heartbreaking.
He had cool hats too.
Yeah.
And you know what? You want to know something? His hats actually, it said a lot about him, his personality. You have a similar thing, Kurt, obviously, where it's like you're sort of just bringing in, like it's like a whole different flavor as soon as you walk in. He did have like a weird collection. That black hat with the purple ribbon. He had a wild collection of hats.
Have you seen a picture of his son by chance?
Yeah. In fact, I'm going to pull that up.
Mm.
I don't know if that's like public or a good idea or not.
Well, a lot of people. I shared out already his Instagram, but his son shared out.
I don't know what's public and what's not at this point.
Yeah, Connor was on Megan Fox stream. He called in and talked for 25 minutes.
Oh, was he?
That's freakishly similar in appearance. Those two.
Mm.
There is no question as to who that man's dad is. No question.
Just like between me and Val.
Stop it! Stop it!
No, we are too close in age, apparently.
This is actually where I got the thumbnail, the picture that I used for the thumbnail for tonight's show. So we had here Burroughs Glovich saying, God, I'm horrible with words. Last night, afternoon in Korea, I received the news of my father passing from a heart attack. He was a wonderful father and friend. Everyone who knew him knows how silly and caring he was. I never expected this to happen so quickly, so soon. And to be honest, I do not know how to react. His intelligence, love, and strength will live on in every soul he's touched. I will always remember the first with him, especially the recent first glass of whiskey and cigar shared while having deep conversations as father and son, and as two men. I'll miss him dearly. Sorry. We wanted to follow a friend. Everyone knew him, knows how Sling Carrying was. I never expected this to happen so quickly, so soon. To be honest, I do not know how to react. His intelligence, love, and strength will live on in every soul he touched. I'll always remember the first with him. Sorry, I got lost here. I'll miss him dearly. Always look back on the amazing 24 years I shared with him. I'll forever be grateful for the wonderful people I got to meet through him, the 24 years of memories with him, and his advice and wisdom throughout the years. I miss you, Dad, my role model, the person I hope to be one day. And I love you so much. That's try clicking on to get his face here. That didn't work. So there you go. There is a very strong resemblance there. It's basically the Asian version of him. We can call a spade a spade. It's the Asian version of him. Here's some other pictures he has. So of Jeff. Look how young he looks. Pretty artsy. And then there was this post also, which had
Shot the most sent to inform you the son passed our dearest friend Jeff Harrison yesterday afternoon, 12:15:24 of a heart attack. He's survived by his son Connor. Jeff Harrison was an incredible presence in the expatriate community in Busan in Korea, and I was most fortunate to have met him years before Peggy Bistro, along with our departed friend Mike Conform. Our common interest in fine whiskey, cigars, and good friendship developed into years of many exciting experiences and late night adventures. He was incredible, passionate, intelligent, and at times quirky personality with an almost zest for life that made him the center of every conversation. Jeff, my dear friend, you'll be sorely missed, and we raise a toast to your next journey. So there you go. As far as other pictures they had of him.
Yeah.
So
there was one of me with Hayden and him at the bar in Houston. I was looking for it, couldn't find.
Yeah. So, but I don't think he would want us to get all depressed about it. I really don't. I can't even imagine him, a moment of sadness. Yeah. But like, I don't think he would want, people crying over him. I think he'd far prefer to be remembered as being inspirational and really the role model individual that he was. And to the extent that you could sort of take his approach and mirror that, that's bringing honor to his legacy as to who he was as a person. And as far as the influence that he had here on this earth, lasting beyond the number of his days, that it's like, that people draw influence from him ends up giving his life that much more meaning. So, because he was a lot about, the fun times, but there was also a great deal of wisdom and sensitivity and consideration that he manifested, every time you saw him. So, and I think that combination there's a lot of lessons we can draw from how endearing that can be and how enriching that is for people around him. And for folks to try mirroring that, I think it really just brings honor to his memory and his life. So he's definitely looking down saying, "You poor dumb Fs, why are you subbing after I'm done and gone? Just get me to 100K. F, I miss him already. Only the good die young. Kurt was how I found out, and I cried when I heard it." Allegan News saying, "We can focus on life is fleeting or on what Jeff brought us joy and fun and genuine friendship. I prefer focusing on what he brought to the world rather than you feel slightly that they were cut short of a full life." He had a full life.
Yeah.
Just because the number of his days weren't long, that doesn't mean that his life wasn't full.
I mean, there's so much people don't know. I spoke to him semi-regularly for 2 years. I had no idea he was a black belt in 2 martial arts.
Get out of here. Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I had no idea.
If I was a black belt, trust me, I would be wearing that headband all the time.
Yeah,
I'd be dunking on the Karate Kid as being, crap. You would trust me. Everyone would know. You would know.
But I have a
Wait. Do you not know this? Jeff at one point was like the 4th.
He came 3rd in a national competition or something in Korea.
I don't remember if it was judo or taekwondo, but in all of Korea, he was like 3rd or 4th in the tournament. He was a stud, bro. Yeah.
Korea.
He was a stud, y'all.
That's like, oh, okay, fine. They're freaking in Korea.
In Korea.
Wow. Where they basically learning jiu-jitsu from the time they're like they're like in the womb doing flip kicks.
It was either judo or taekwondo. I can't remember which one it was, but he was like one of the best in the country at one point.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow. Sorry if I missed it. Who notified the law community? I think it was Megan Fox was the first one.
Yeah.
Megan Fox, yeah.
Do we need Robert Gouvet Esquire to put Jeff over 100K?
Wouldn't
Probably would help.
Robert, where you at?
I want you to
Speaking
know.
of which, we're at like 93,000, I think. The last
we're over that.
We're past that.
Where are we at now?
Yeah, we are at
Just got a
93.4.
Yeah, we're
There you
at
go.
93.5.
There you go.
Yeah.
93.5. So we picked up 1,000 so far. We just got to get another 6,500. This is nothing. We can do this. We can do this. I don't know if we're going to do it during this stream, but we can definitely get there. Vice is the only one who managed to navigate the drama law tube, and no one hates him. Yeah, no, it was great. Wait, who hates me? Yes, Salmon knows Jeff was. Salmon knows Jeff was the first to give Salmon his sister platform. Jeff is the father of FZA.
Free Zachariah Anderson.
Oh, right. Noam John. The only other YouTube I watched that passed while being active was Total Biscuit, and it still hits me hard to this day. Jeff's passing, I feel, will stay with me in much the same way, maybe more. He felt like a friend. Yeah. The passing of Jeff for me has been a reminder of life changing. Is very close to my sick brother who passed earlier this year. Sleep is also important for heart health, and I'm sure Jeff did much of that between work and streaming. I think that he didn't do much of that. That's a good point. Also, that punk still owed me breakfast. Bastard. Now you know why he checked out. He's like, I'm not paying. I'm utterly offended by the thought of someone wearing Joe face. That sounds like the kind of thing Governor Trudeau would do.
Has the government of Canada collapsed while we've been talking? I haven't checked in the last half hour.
We can now make AI Jeff. Too soon? Yeah, it's too soon.
Might be a little too soon.
That just makes my heart hurt for all of us. We know Jeff is in a better place. Jeff wants us roast and make jokes. We loved him. Let me check over in Rumble and make sure I didn't miss anything there, because it's very possible I did.
Governor Trudeau.
Nah, Rumble people don't like Jeff. Hate Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, I was planning on doing a Jeff tribute with a cigar and whiskey, but I don't smoke indoors, and I'm in Sweden, folks. It's winter. Jeff, bad timing.
Sucky timing, Jeff. What the hell were you thinking, Jeff?
Very inconsiderate.
You know, he was
Pretty selfish of you, Jeff.
He's not thinking about my streaming schedule at all.
He wasn't. I know.
Well, I found out midstream. I was a mess. I had to close it down.
It's you selfish bastard.
You know, one thing that I honestly admire almost more than anything about Jeff is the way that he lived his life the way he wanted to, right?
Yep.
Like what a fucking crazy story that guy's got. He a Mormon from Utah, missions to South Korea. It's like, F it, I'm gonna go to law school, become a lawyer, and then just live in South Korea for 34 years. No big deal. I'm gonna enter judo tournaments and apparently kick all the Koreans' asses. Like it do you know he was a president of a motorcycle club?
I did not know that.
Vice president.
Yeah.
Was he an outlaw?
It was one of the two. I might have that wrong. It might have been the vice president. I'll give you that one. My bad.
Was he?
Yeah.
Was he beating up bar owners for protection money?
Hey, I don't know that much about it. I just know that he rode motorcycles in the club. All right.
Yeah.
He was the leadership role.
I've seen pictures of him in a vest, and that's all I'm going to say.
I would love to see a picture of him in club colors. That sounds awesome.
Actually, he talked one time that his like logo and colors were the exact same as one of the biker gangs in what's the damn game? What's the game? Grand Theft Auto. Yeah. Yeah. It's like the same name, the same colors, the same patch. He was really upset about it. Oh, that's awesome.
He should have sued for trademark infringement. He's a lawyer. He could have gotten some big money from Rockstar, man.
You would think so. I think he watched that Joker guy with the tattoos, seeing what he did first, seeing how it went.
The best way to make popular people remember you is to owe them something. Rest in peace, Jeff. Went out like a Chad. I salute you. So he was in a hotel in Seoul.
Yeah, doing a self-care weekend.
What do you think a self-care weekend entails? Because I'm picturing
that's a question.
I'm picturing massage parlors. I'm assuming this is what I'm assuming. What is self-care? What if it's not, if you're a single guy and going to Seoul,
I don't know. That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Self-care
Is
sounds
this self-care or self-care?
like. Right.
I'm hoping it had
I don't know how
a
much
lot
that
of
self-care was self.
a lot of medium rare steak, like beef, on the menu. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping he was eating steak, drinking cigars, and drinking good whiskey. Did I say drinking cigars? Smoking cigars.
And more importantly, does he still have credit on his hotel package? And I cannot cash in on that. Someone's got to use up those days.
Refund.
Oh,
He didn't use all the days. Oh God.
So
funny.
I actually, someone can identify for me which part of Megan's stream his son was on. I think I'd like to pull that up and actually hear that. I don't want to vulture her whole stream, but maybe vulturing the best part.
Yeah, it's about she made This Is Why We Love You, Jeff stream, and he went on 20 minutes in, I think.
20 minutes in,
something like that.
The other thing I was told to check out was how he signed off on his last show. I want to try and do both of those things. I think that's a good idea. So let's start with Megan. Let's start with you, Megan. Megan Fox Writer. Say 20 minutes.
I'm Jeff's friend from YouTube, and then I thought to myself, that sounds so ridiculous. What are you saying?
Yeah.
What are you... And she's not even going to know what you're talking
Am I
about.
too early here?
He didn't tell anyone.
Oh, it's him there. They just started.
Oh, that's him?
Yeah.
That just sounds crazy.
Yeah, and I told her like about the YouTube channel. She's like, I didn't know that. Now it makes sense, like what she said. I'm like, yeah, I'll send you the link.
Yeah, I know.
Like, yeah, please do.
I didn't
and
know
guess
how
what
to
I did? 5
explain
seconds later, forget about it.
I just want to. I not to get off topic from his son here. Just as with Jeff, a picture of Russian women in self care, and Lady Law here saying, "Let me find out. Jeff went out the right way. A friend of mine gave her boyfriend a stroke, and not the good kind." I'm going to ask you this. Okay. All kidding aside, all right. Not to be a conspiracy theorist for a moment.
Oh, I've got a choice.
Are you going there? Are you going there, Joe?
I'm gonna ask you a question. Okay. Imagine you work in one of these massage parlors and you got a phone call saying there was an order for you to go up to some guy's room and massage him. Okay. I don't know if this is what happened. I'm certainly
getting a new job is what I'm doing.
What I'm thinking is this. If that woman went up and some tragedy occurred while he was in her care, do you think that individual is likely to go notify the authorities or to just pack her stuff up, get the hell out of Dodge? And I'm not saying that's what happened here. I have no reason to assume that he's ever engaged in that type of thing. I'm simply theorizing that if a masseuse in that environment found herself in that environment, what she would just bail out. Like there's no way she's not calling it right. Do any of you think she'd be like, "Oh, let me call the cops," or do you think she would just bail out and be like, "I'm out. I'm out."
On a related legal level, assuming we were inside the United States, is the massage therapist, because of their contractual duty, under an affirmative obligation to render care, and is their failure to do so a breach of that affirmative duty? Discuss.
Well, that goes into contract law, Joe. You're good at that.
I'm gonna have to go check my state list and say parent, child, doctor, patient. I don't know if massage therapist is on the list. Might be somewhere, maybe New Jersey.
And in case some of you think that I'm thinking too darkly here, I'll just point out: would that not be a better way to go than just alone in a room there?
If I have my choice, the last person to ever see me alive would be Mrs. Valhalla.
There you go.
Take that however you want to take it, but that's how I would prefer to go out if I had my choice.
But Val, is it? Will she be looking back at you at the time?
I don't care how she's looking, Nick. I don't care how she's looking.
All right, we're gonna get speculation here from Aussie Overlord. How are you, brother?
What's up, Hayden? How we doing, buddy?
Yeah, look, good as can be in the scenario. So
Yeah.
but,
We are being very improper.
We are being improper,
I heard
but I think
A little naughty. A little bit
But I
naughty.
think this is what Jeff would. I think this is the kind of conversation Jeff would have if he was talking about someone like he would. This is the type of conversation he would have, and I'm just saying. I think that if, in fact, his self-care would have incorporated that, and even if it did incorporate that, that didn't mean there was someone with him in the room at the moment that he got hit with a coronary. I'm just saying, if in fact, I would imagine that if any client has a coronary in a hotel room with some masseuse, that the masseuse is probably not sticking around calling the cops, but they would just, I'm out of here. And that's I've never had a massage in my life. This is only from what I've seen in movies of the nature of what a masseuse is and does and mindset, that this is what I'm assuming is likely to happen. Jenny, you think I'm wrong in that call?
Yeah,
I would say probably, and here's why. Here's my layman assumption, right? Different parts of the world, different levels of massage are completely legal, justified, and notarized by the government. And in certain parts of those massage parlors, I think that they would much more likely just to call the people they have to call.
Wait,
and
is
not
it Korea
people
where all the masseuse have to be blind?
What?
Isn't there some? Am I just drawing a random piece of? Someone in chat back me up. Isn't there an Asian country, and I want to say it's Korea, where all the masseuses have to be blind? It's a restricted profession.
Masseuse,
am I just drawing some sort of? What? Am I wrong on this?
This
Oh
is
my
a
God.
random dream you had, Kurt. But now I'm curious.
This sounds-
I have to Google.
In
This
the
sounds more
past,
like feudal Mongolia.
In the past, all Korean masseuses were blind. Apparently,
Is that a thing? Really?
Yeah.
Wait, I've never heard of any country that had a requirement that for any job, someone has to be blind. I've never heard of this at all. I'm just. What would be the reason behind that? Because I think if they have to feel their way around, that would lead to a lot more offensive issues than seeing something. That's just my.
You know what? Actually, I would argue that a blind masseuse would know the muscle structure of the body way better than somebody that relied on vision to get the same job done. I believe that somebody that used just their hands to learn anatomy would be far superior at a massage compared to some silly sightseeing wench just rubbing on people.
you tourists.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if that is so, wouldn't she have to call somebody to pick her up?
In 2006, South Korea's constitutional court struck down a law that only allowed legally blind to become registered masseuse workers. So it did used to be a law 20 years ago in South Korea. So I wasn't totally wrong.
20 years ago? That's not that long ago.
Okay, so my memory was not bad for my random South Korean masseuse facts. I'm doing okay.
That is pretty.
We all should. We don't all have the choice in what we remember. Some of us remember some things, and Kurt remembers are hookers blind in Korea.
I was gonna say, I think
Hey, they're not.
I
Wait,
think we
wait,
can all.
whoa.
Sorry,
Why
masseuses,
did we take
masseuses,
such
masseuses.
a crazy leap, a crazy, ridiculous, completely unfounded leap from masseuse all the way over to hooker. I don't understand. How did we get there?
It was a translation error in Sweden. That's what it was.
Yeah. It's almost the same word, I promise.
Almost.
What we have learned in the last 10 minutes, however, is that Kurt knows the most about Korean masseuses. That's one thing we have definitely learned.
And we've also learned it's been a long time since he's been to Korea.
Oop, no.
So I frankly think if I have to in the last moments of his life, I think it's a nicer thing to think of him actually not being alone, but actually, just having a little. I think that's a nicer way to think of him going. I don't know. Could be wrong, but that's just. I think that's totally. I think it's totally justified. It also fits. Is that like contrary to what you think his persona is? Do you think that like he'd be like, no, on principle, there's no way I'm ever getting a massage? Is that how Jeff really struck you?
Oh God, no! We probably will have one on Tuesday.
No. Right.
A great meal, a great drink, a fine cigar, and a beautiful woman is exactly how I would imagine Jeff's perfect evening going. And
So we're all basically voting. My vision of how things went is almost definitely what happened. You can say it out loud. It's okay. That's all right. USA did assignation on Jeff and his hotel in Seoul. What does assignation mean in this context?
Assassination, probably. With the CIA co-op, he knew too much. Yeah.
Instructions unclear. Going to find Hook.
She's blind.
He's a 935. Is this the best that the following can do? We dig and we follow. Plus, I'm over an hour behind the live feed. So, yeah. Jeff did some of his Russian women. Did talk some on his Russian women. So there you go. In Israel, the masseuses have to learn how to live off of pennies. I get it. I
have no idea.
I get it. Very, very clever. They don't have the joke's on you because they use a different form of currency. Ha! In your face.
Yeah.
Take that, Brandon.
Yeah. You ignorant masseuse. Now we're doing right by Jeff, laughing and crying and carrying on. Cheers. Indeed.
Lesko's just mad because he's still got his vision and failed the application process for Koreans masseuses.
It's not too late, baby.
Middle of the night in escape in South Korea, pretend to be blind. He definitely didn't complain about stream showers. Yeah, no, it's not. I think that's a nicer way to remember to think of his last moments there, and it brings a nice little smile to you. So,
well,
right.
If you have the choice, go out with a bang.
Yeah, you guys, should we check out the? Well, actually, I want to get to you because I was actually, now that I have you in here, Aussie Overlord, I was actually very moved by your stream. You met him, right? So you hung out with him in Las Vegas, right?
Yeah, Vegas, Texas, and we we were pretty close. There wasn't really a day that didn't go by that we didn't either, set up a stream yard and drink a beer together, or just message, or whatever else, but
It's gonna take a long time.
Yeah. And I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I was being very selfish when I set up that stream yesterday, but I'm so glad that it helped a lot of people to.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah.
You're allowed. First of all, you're allowed to be selfish. Especially when you're trying to work through your own feelings, and the fact that you were willing to talk about them and share your feelings in a very genuine way, I think really helped a lot of people. I watched like the first 20 minutes of it, and the fact that I could see you struggling with it made me resonate more with my own feelings, and I appreciated it.
Yeah. If you haven't checked out Aussie Overlord, who definitely needs a lot more followers also. In fact, I'm going to start putting links to each of these fine folks here in my description. Not that, and I know that they're not coming in here looking for follows, but that doesn't mean it's not. It doesn't. It doesn't
I
mean
was
that's.
just glad to come in and get a laugh. Honestly, it's been.
Ozzy, I've been thinking about you a lot the last couple days, buddy. Like a whole lot.
Yeah.
And we haven't talked in a while, but
Hmm.
I missed you, buddy.
Same.
Yeah.
I miss you.
Same.
Yeah. You have difficulty smoking that damn cigar as well.
Yeah, he did. He was coughing and gagging like a freshman in high school.
I was not coughing and gagging, thank you. It was just that the wind kept putting the damn thing out.
Yeah, that's what the problem was.
Wait a minute. The wind put it out?
It was
No,
ridiculously windy yesterday.
Yeah, but wind creates oxygen, which helps the cigar,
Just
Hayden.
to a certain point. But when you're a moron like me and you don't clip the end of the cigar properly, it also causes the ash to harden when you're sitting there talking and not actually smoking the damn thing.
I mean, a cigar will go out eventually if you don't smoke it.
Yeah.
This is a law channel, not a science channel, gentlemen. Stop with your logic.
Oh, I mean, I live in the southern part of Sweden. I've been smoking cigars since I was like 16 or 17. Yeah, I know a thing or two. So I heard that Jeff was supposed to teach you how to properly do the humidor thing. I'll show you.
Well, it sounds like Nick just volunteered to be the next person that Grim Reaper comes after.
Oh,
What the hell, Kurt? We talked about this off camera. I was like, sometimes there's just inside voices, and they're not supposed to be outside. We talked about this.
Well, the point that's the inference there is that my friendship with people causes the Grim Reaper to go after them.
Oh. Oh.
Well, if you guys can help get Nick over 100K before his time comes, that would be
That should be the focus.
I don't want to do this for him. I'd have to spend the whole time talking with Morgan Duggar in order to honor him. It would suck. It'd be very annoying.
So you can arrange a pre-wake.
We should actually replace the pinned comment. Let's get ahead of this next one, right? Let's just start getting Nick out there ahead of the game.
Let's get. Here's the link to Nick's channel in case you need to sub up, and we can get him to 100K. He was a really good dude.
He was so good.
Remember how he had that stupid goat behind him all the time?
I remember my last stream with Nick. I can still hear his voice.
Obviously, everyone knows since it's a Yule goat, I must be Finnish.
Hands down, my favorite Swede. Hands down.
Oh. Oh God.
Can I ask those of you who knew Jeff best? I need to, especially you, Hayden, because you met him. There's one thing about him that I always wanted to know, and maybe you can answer it, maybe you can't. I don't know. But what the hell was with that purple shirt?
Purple is the color of royalty, Joe.
What was with the purple shirt? I was looking at a video where I'm on stream with him, and I'm just like, I can't believe I didn't even ask him about the purple shirt. Oh my God. He had such amazing, he had a brazen style. I'm here. He was very much like Peacock, and with you know what I'm saying? It's like I got the funky hat, I got the purple shirt. Sometimes he actually looked like the ancient mariner from the rhyme. He always had a look which was just something that was.
It was regal. It was elegant. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that he actually did stop wearing that shirt after a while because he knew that people were picking on him for it.
Oh yeah.
But the
I
other
know he
one
stopped
was
wearing the upside down pineapple shirt when he learned.
Shirt. We ruined that one for him so badly.
Yeah, that one got ruined.
Shut up, Nick. We're trying to remember you fondly. Every time you open your mouth, it's ruining it. It's just making it like so much harder to. We're trying to do something nice for you, brother. Come on, stop talking.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Oh, that's funny.
shit.
Oh, that's so funny.
No matter how my grandfather died, he always said, "Stick a ham bone in his ass, let a dog drag him away." Jeff would tell you have to suck on it or it goes out.
And he followed up with that's what
that was
she
for you,
said.
Hayden.
Yeah.
If you haven't had a Coca-Cola off of a lady of the night, just call it quits and spit from it. What? Inside the wire?
What the?
And spit? And spit it? What?
Okay, so
Do you
from
see what
inside
that
the
means?
wire, inside the wire is a military term. When you're deployed and you're on the base deployed, that you're
Yeah.
inside the wire. If you leave the base while you're deployed and go into combat, you're outside the wire. Not sure what the hell the rest of that meant though.
Yeah.
Well,
Either that or you're in Manhattan and you got the wire surrounding the island of Manhattan.
That could be it. That could
or
be it.
eat on one side of the fence. I don't know.
Big takeaway: outpouring of love for Jeff is overwhelming. Overlapping YouTube communities coming together, beautiful thing. Please play Vikings Say Hi clip. Vikings Say Hi.
The Vikings say hi. They say hello.
Oh,
Yeah, that's great.
Hello.
That was great.
oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Hold on. I'll find it. I'll find it.
You'll do better. We can mix. It's funny he said this because I was actually picturing you with like Nick. I was picturing you with like dark sunglasses and like a string on your hand, pulling your hand up. Like you were Bernie, Weekend at Bernie's, or Biden, I guess. Best stream with Hayden are the titty football streams with Jeff. I'll miss him so much. I don't know what that is.
So Jeff and I's guilty pleasure was on a Sunday. We'd throw on a stream and watch a couple episodes of the Lingerie Football League. And we'd just sit around and we'd have people just come in and enjoy watching. And basically, we'd do our best to screw up. We knew, okay, people, we knew. We did our best to pretend that it was about the game, okay?
It was never about the game, ladies and gentlemen. Not once was it about the game.
What was it about?
It was about Bonnie Gillespie, who was Jeff's favorite player, and Talia Greenwood just absolutely slapping ham. So, no, that was a. Sorry?
What did you say? Slapping ham?
Yeah, you've never heard
that's
that?
what they went with.
I've never heard that.
I don't know
phrase,
what that
but
means.
It's
I don't
my
know
new
what
favorite.
I still don't know what it means. I'm too.
Well, it's because you're kosher, Joe.
There's a kosher joke in there, and I was gonna leave alone. I was gonna leave it alone.
I was like, I don't even know what this means.
It's when the girls slap each other on the backside on the way off the field.
Slapping matzo balls, I think, is the proper term.
Ah,
Oh, see that was more clear. Thank you. What do you bring us here, Nick?
Shit.
Oh, this is the infamous Vikings saying hi from St. Patrick's Day 2023.
All right, that takes care of the obligatory. Like I said, I'm 25% Irish. My father's family is Irish Scottish. Scottish English. My mother is her mother is Lithuanian and her father is Irish. So I'm 25% Irish, but today is St. Patrick's Day, so I'm 100% Irish. And there we go. So we've got everything. We are full Irish tonight, and we're also pickled herring Swedish.
I managed to find the only thing green in my closet, and it's not the Hulk. It is simply what I wear when I'm driving the combined harvester. And yeah.
Why do you drive the combine harvester in like April? March?
Well, I use it when I do it. I'm not doing it now. This
Makes
is
sense.
the only green I have, and the only connection I have with the Irish is probably my ancestors went over there to say hi.
Rape and pillage. To say hi.
Yeah, but
The Vikings went over to Ireland to say hi.
yeah, but-
I know.
hi, get down. No,
The Vikings went to Ireland to say hi. Hello.
that's a fancy religion you have there.
You're correct.
Let's
Okay.
destroy it.
And we're not doing a recap today because literally nothing happened yesterday, by the way, in case you were wondering.
Yeah.
Nothing happened yesterday. It was a very normal day in court.
No,
Vikings
no.
went to Ireland just to say hi. Hello. Hello, Irish people. That is the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life. The Vikings went to Ireland just to say hi.
I knew I couldn't say all the other words, and my mind blanked totally. Hi.
I'm trying to like flag some of these chats and I can't because I'm laughing too hard. My hand won't stop shaking. Hello, Irish people. Hello. Hello.
Can we park here?
Christ. Oh, God, my rib. I'm doing an ab workout already. Oh, Christ. Oh, my God. Hey, KB, I don't get this joke. Essentially, like right around 1000 AD, the Vikings just went and literally graped and pillaged everyone in England and Ireland. That's kind of the story. The end. In actuality, they just raped and pillaged the entire country, and we're just joking about them just stopping in to say hi.
If you don't get that joke, man, you don't understand your history.
I saw the chat here. Hey, I'm Irish and DNA shows I'm Norwegian. Yeah, I wonder why.
I said, like 3/4 of my ancestor are Irish, Scottish, and Irish, Scottish, and English, but my last name ends in son, so that tells you I'm Scandinavian by DNA.
Good times.
Wow.
Good times.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
We've disappeared.
Hello.
That clip was in memory of two legends, Legal Vices and Nick Stabbo.
Oh.
Two legends having a drink together. That was beautiful.
Oh.
Sorry. Nick didn't get it. It went over his head. He was like,
Yeah.
"Wait, what? Wait, what?"
Yeah. Yeah.
I was just speculating.
I got it.
That was the clip we.
Oh,
In memorandum, yeah, in memoriam.
Yeah,
Yeah,
folks, this is also a pre-wake.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, that was fun.
Oh. Yeah, that and his St. Patrick's stream, we just sat there and talked because nothing happened in court. There was no recapping of anything. It was completely dull. I don't even remember which trial it was. So we just sat, drank, and had fun for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah. I feel you. I feel you.
But by the way, do you know what's the difference between an Irish wedding and an Irish funeral? There's one less drunk at the funeral.
Nice. So I wanted to check out Megan Fox talking to his son, which I actually had queued up here. One of you gave me the perspective on that. But if any of you have thoughts that you want me to get into before, because I think this is like a 20-minute clip or something like that.
The one thing I did want to point out was that his son
Connor
clarified, and I was correct. He was the president of the MC of the motorcycle club.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Winning.
Cool. Are you in contact with his son? I'd love to get him on here.
Yes.
I don't know if you're able to get him on here, but I'd love to get him on here.
I don't know if he wants to or what he's doing or anything, but
if he's interested, yeah, feel free to send him a link.
Hell yeah.
Well, with that, it's 7 a.m. and I'm late for work, so I have to bugger off.
Thank you for stopping by. It was really great knowing you.
Yeah. Now, if you don't hear from me again, yeah. If you
seriously, please live at least another 24 hours, so that otherwise people are going to think it was the stream that did it.
Yeah. Now, if you don't hear from me, the gold is buried.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice. I like that.
Very good.
That was classic right there. That was classic. That was awesome. All right, so I'm gonna play this clip. You're gonna be reaching out to Connor, see if we can get him in here, and if he's interested. If not, I totally understand. I'm not gonna be offended at all. He doesn't know.
I think he's at work, but it's offers pending. We'll see.
All right, cool. So this is Megan, I believe, talking to Connor, which is Legal Vice's son.
Oh, there was a lot there. There's a huge repository of Jeff's brilliance and knowledge there forever. And I hope that you guys can, I don't know what you can do, if you can take over the channel and get the proceeds from it. We've been trying to push Jeff to 100,000 subscribers because he really wanted that, and he was so close. And I would like you to have we would all want you to have his YouTube play button, And so we've been asking people to please go and subscribe. If you haven't subscribed to Legal Vices on YouTube, please do it, because I would love for Connor to have that play button to hang on his wall.
That would be cool.
I appreciate it.
He was going to get there. He was going to get there for sure. For sure. I mean, he was going nowhere but up, and he had so many more years left to do that. There was no chance he wasn't going to hit 100,000 subscribers. Just no chance at all. And I just,
it's a matter of time.
It kills me.
I mean, I was surprised when I heard that he had, well, at the time it was 84.5 thousand subscribers. I'm like, how? Like,
yeah,
how?
Your dad was a rock star.
Yeah, supposedly none of his family knew he had a channel. Like
he didn't tell anybody.
He
didn't tell anybody.
I don't know how how did he keep that secret from them? Like, was he not in conversation with them? Did he not like,
well, I'll be honest, none of my family knows I have a YouTube.
None of them.
None. I have a couple of friends that know, and my in-laws know, but my actual family, none of them have any idea that I have a YouTube presence.
What's the motivation for that?
Well, to be completely honest, most of my family sucks. And I just don't have contact with them.
All right.
Yeah. The ones that are still alive, most of them suck.
Aiden, did he ever tell you why he never told them?
It was a game to him. He wanted to see how long he could go without them finding out. He wanted it to happen organically. And So whenever he was talking to his sister, his brother found out towards the end, I think, because something happened with his Instagram page or something along those lines. But yeah, it was. He thought it was the biggest joke in the world that none of his family knew, and he was just waiting for the call that when someone finally found it out.
Oh wow!
So
that's pretty
Connor's just now kind of realizing like how big of a presence his dad had, right? Like he's just kind of catching on to how many people he interacted with in this space. He is at work, unfortunately, he can't join us. But it's I am so grateful that Connor has the ability to watch hours and hours and hours of his dad that he never saw before, and will be able to take that forever. And it's kind of a cool thing Jeff did, man. It's kind of cool.
The great thing is, it seems like Connor's got his father's sense of humor as well, so he's going to take everything in his stride. He's already talking about, he's expecting to see the inappropriate comments in people's chats and all that sort of stuff. And
I'll tell you that there was a movie featuring Michael Keaton that came out decades ago, where he had some sort of terminal illness, and I never watched the movie. I just remember seeing a commercial for it. But basically, this is back when people were videotaping things, and that he was making a videotape library of his different thoughts and things like that throughout the movie to leave as a legacy for his kid, so he could sort of share himself with his kid. And when I started doing live streams, I actually looked at it that way, that I was like, you know what, this is something that my kids, grandkids, and their kids can ultimately look back and get a feel for me as a person and how I deal with different things, and perhaps they'll take some guidance from that. And that's actually pretty cool to be able to have that influence on people, especially if I'm not making, a clown out of myself, but if I'm handling myself properly, like I sort of can preserve a different level of being a role model for them beyond what was ever possible, even as recently as 25 years ago. So then I have this whole catalog, a library of thousands of hours of me opining on different things or reacting to different things. And I think that this, perhaps if they were so inclined to actually go through it, there's there's so much material that they could perhaps glean from it that they might enjoy, laugh at, cover their faces in shame. But, basically
all of the above.
Yeah, all of the above, depending on the scenario.
Well, that's the one pushback I would have with your statement thus far, is I think the making a clown out of yourself needs to be in there too, right? Like, we've all had those streams. I'm not going to go over them, but we've all had those streams, and I think it's important that those are preserved as well.
Right.
It's important.
I understand that. I'm just saying, those are the streams.
Some of those streams have been immemorialized by others who endlessly use them to taunt me and make remixes of them, to my continuing consternation.
What's really weird is that he died on Saturday. Saturday night, I actually did a stream long before I knew anything about his death, and I happened to be talking about death, and I was talking about awkward moments. I shared a thought that I had when I was dealing with someone whose mother had died, and focusing on, and a text message that I had sent this friend of mine whose mother had died, and he was in mourning for her, and how in the text message I addressed the fact that I happen to enjoy, I view awkward moments as treasured memories. And the next night, literally Sunday night, I had the most awkward moment I've ever had live on stream. And it also related to death, which I was like, that's why when I heard he died, I was like, I just feel like this whole thing of death just feels like it's been almost a thematic thing over the last few days for me. And you guys want to see the most awkward moment of my life? I mean, I could.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Very much so.
The most awkward. And what's so awkward about it is I was actually holding back from I had to hold back from laughing just because of how I stuck my entire foot in my mouth so badly, but the moment was very serious. So I internally was finding it to be hilarious while I had to put on like a very like a very genuine, compassionate face. So I had this awkwardness of wanting to burst out laughing while I had to like deliver a genuinely sincere, warm thought. And let me dig this up for you. Where are you? God, this was so terrible. This was so terrible. It was something right? It was something.
To the particular missions, we
very based guy. Let me see. It might take me a minute or so to find it. Can you guys talk amongst yourselves? Oh, you're going to hear me talk. I can pull this out so you won't hear it. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to find it, okay? Because I want to cue it up right. All right?
Sounds good, buddy.
Yeah.
Find something.
As soon as you stop, we'll start. I promise. We're all good at this. We're all good at this.
No, I just I always really appreciate that Jeff always seemed to be receptive and just in a very spirit of cooperation sort of spirit. He always seemed to be looking for opportunities to work together and stuff. And he for whatever reason we weren't able to do Sarah Boone together, because we had been talking about doing Sarah Boone together for a long time, and then sort of when the moment comes, he's like, oh, I can't really make it work. But he seemed disappointed in that he couldn't make it work, and he seemed disappointed that we weren't able to stream together. So I always appreciated that he was always available to talk, and just he would celebrate with you and he would commiserate with you, and I really enjoyed drinking with him as well as you, Wasi, together in Houston. We shared that moment together. Just a very warm, friendly guy and very giving of himself.
Thanks, Kurt.
And he fell off, as memory serves, he fell off the bar stool twice. Twice he fell off the bar stool because he was so drunk. Twice.
The edge of the bar on the way up, I was so worried because he went down and he missed it by like this much.
Yeah.
All right, I got it. Are you ready? This was the most awkward moments I've ever had online. I have a rant early on. That's right. We got a rant. Oh my God. Somebody in the ghetto is looking for my attention. The ghetto calling for my attention, like right out of the gate. That doesn't happen. I should just 5 minutes for the stream. Sound the war horn for that one. The ghetto. Yes, that's right. I know. Normally you think to yourself, okay, it's like an hour and 20 minutes in, and someone from the ghetto just like sort of shows up. Everyone, hey, ghetto folk, everyone on YouTube thinks that you don't tune in for the first 45 minutes of the show because, or maybe to be fair, perhaps I think sometimes I'll get rants that come in earlier and then I don't peek into the ghetto for the first 45 minutes. So it could be, it's like a mutual type of thing. Your failure to jump on into the fray early on, my failure to even glance in your direction, kind of like you're like that redheaded stepchild with like measles and coughing and wheezing with like the phlegm dripping out of your nose, and I'm just like, fine, I'll go over and look at you. That's me. Yeah. Well, anyway, we got now with all that buildup, everyone on YouTube was like, what did they say? K.Ray, my nephew took. Okay, this is where I'm dying inside. That moment, that's in case you're wondering, that is the moment that I first read the rant and died, because here I am ranking on the ghetto, making fun of like my relationship with them, which is what I refer to the folks in Rumble.
and I'm making fun of them and I'm joking about them. And this is where I'm first reading it, and I'm like, I just made a whole big joke out of them, and now I read this. I'm like, how do I not laugh now that I just?
All right. Wow. Once in a while, I should read. I'm gonna come back to this rant later on.
I can't read it. I can't read it now. I can't read this rant. Oh, F it. Fine, I'll read it. This.
All right. Cicada Ray says, my nephew took his life this afternoon. Please say a prayer for his.
I'm sitting there. I'm like, oh my god, oh my god. I'm sitting here making a joke about the Rumble, and I was like, this is such a disaster. I can't believe I was sitting here making a joke, and it turns out that someone's having like a really serious message about the fact that their nephew committed, took his soul and those he left behind. Thank you. I'm so dying of embarrassment
So
right now.
first, I want to express my deepest, sincerest condolences. I definitely would not have done that whole humorous lead up into.
You think?
I had actually spent half a second reading the rant. So I hope you realize I wasn't.
Oh, God.
I'm sure you realize I wasn't willfully being.
God.
That was like terrible tragedy when anyone dies.
Inside, what's going through my brain right now is, please let this moment just end. Just like, oh my gosh, I want to just yank the stream this second. I'm completely dying inside, and realizing I actually had to say something to him, and internally, I find my own embarrassment in this. I'm almost outside my own body, looking at myself and laughing hilariously. But I know I can't laugh, so I'm sort of in this basis. Certainly, if someone takes their own life, so I want to express my deepest condolences and pray that God should watch over his soul and bring each and every one of his loved ones the fullest consolation that they can possibly find from such a terrible, terrible tragedy. So. I'm sitting here. I'm like, I can't believe I did that.
Yeah. All right. Joe, read the super chat before.
Oh my god.
I really am very sorry.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm still dying.
It's really terrible.
I don't even know what to say. I had been joking around for 5 minutes also. Now I have no mood. I don't even know.
Okay.
I'm lost. I don't even know what I'm thinking. I don't know what's happening now. God, this sucks. Oh God, this is terrible.
Sometimes.
Oh God.
Yeah. Sometimes you just put your foot in it.
What do
and sometimes you just
Look at
will go.
me.
I had a
I don't know what to say. I have no idea.
I had a friend who
You're trying so hard to pull the plane up, but you know
I'm
what's
like,
coming.
yes. I'm like, how do I get the plane up? We're nosediving so badly here. I have
All your
no
face
idea
says.
what to say.
Your face just says to me, I'm glad I got the last one married off before I said that publicly. That's all I hear.
Yo,
that's all I see. That's all I see.
I mean, sometimes you just go on these rants and you just, I'll tell you what, like, if you go back and watch election night, like there was when we were streaming together, there was like, I was already tired and I was like, okay, I'll wait for Trump to give a speech, and Trump gives a speech. And then you went on like this 10-minute rant where you just would not stop talking. And I was like typing in my chat, I'm just waiting for Joe to stop talking so I can sign off gracefully. Please stop talking. And you wouldn't shut up so that I could say, I want to stop. I want to hang up the stream. And I'm just dying. I'm just dying in stream. And my chat is basically laughing at me because they can't believe how long it's going on. You got to give people a chance to get in a word edgewise, Joe.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. No, it was, you don't understand. The outgrowth of this, I literally spent the next 25 minutes talking about death as a result of this. I'm like, and yeah, and how to deal with people who are grieving. So
If you want to check that out, that was my stream from Sunday night. It's called Drones and Folks Sharing Their Thoughts on Drones. And yeah, and it's basically that awkward moment. It starts around 7 minutes in. I spend the next 20 minutes just like speculating about how to deal with death. And it was really just because I felt so awkward. I had no idea what to do with my show in that moment in time. It was disaster.
Yeah.
When I showed it to my son, he was crying from laughter because he sees me. He knows me. He sees me here in this moment. When a Jewish person dies. I'm just sitting here start talking about this, but this moment where I was just like looking around, saying like, yeah, okay, exactly what you said, Hayden. Or was it you, Vahala? Like pull the plane up, like get me out of here. Oh my god, the ground is rushing up in my face.
Gee, that mountain looks a little bit close.
Yeah.
Did I plug the wrong link somewhere? Sorry. Disregard.
Where were we? So we had, did he finish Lord of the Ring, Lego Tower? Love you guys.
No, but Danny and I have been in touch with Connor, and I'm hoping to get it shipped here so I can finish it for him.
Hell yeah.
I think we need to review one of the streams of Hayden and Lawrax Lingerie Football League. I'm not going to vulture their content and then have Lady Logic smack me over the head. So yeah. If you want to listen to Making Start with Connor, it starts 10:22. We were doing that before I diverted here. I'm probably gonna go back to that in a moment. I'm done. Yeah, it was disaster. In a way, his family found out organically. I think Lawrax would find some humor in that. I guess they did find. Yeah, that's true. Kurt, we had this interaction with you as well. Of course, everyone loves you. Everyone loves Kurt. How's Danny doing? He might as well be her brother. You guys know how Danny's doing?
I haven't
said in her posts. I know she.
Yeah, I haven't talked to her, but
it.
I've seen her posts, and she doesn't look like she's doing great.
No, I spoke to her. Oh God, it would have been last night your time. So yeah, not great. It's what you would expect, and I'm hoping that she can. You know, it's not great with her in a particular situation, shall we say? So I should probably actually message her as myself now that I think about it. Now I feel bad. Shit.
Yeah. So apparently this started 10:22. I started a little bit deep into it. So let me see if I can get the beginning of
well, before you get too deep into that, I think I'm going to
Go.
take this opportunity to sign off because it's
right.
12:20 my time. But it's been nice hanging out with you and sharing some memories.
Always, my brother.
Good to see you, Kurt.
Stay safe.
Talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.
Elliptical, bro. Stay healthy. Stay healthy. Have you been able to find any inspirational perspectives, Aussie, to sort of draw from this? So it's not so that it has perhaps a positive influence on you.
No. I'll be perfectly blunt and honest. I'm not at that point yet.
Right.
I wouldn't expect you to be, bro. Not even a little bit.
I'm still at the point where I walk down the hall and I walk past a photo of us in Vegas, and
you're in a daze.
Yeah. So
yeah. I got it. It takes time.
Yeah.
I understand. Well, I hope that having a few laughs is able to be a little bit. I don't know if that makes it more painful or helps with the pain.
I'm very glad for the loss because the trouble is I'm not happy talking about it so much now that I did that stream last night because I don't want people thinking that I'm overplaying it or anything else. But
no one thinks that. No, dude. I know you're worried that that's how people take that. Nobody thinks that. One of the things during that 20 minutes that I was talking about how to deal with someone who's grieving. So, one of the things I took note of as someone who's suffered a loss, if you lost a parent, and you've dealt with that, you sort of can sit and understand the weird time of grieving. And while obviously he's not your parent, there's a similar type of grieving that you're going to be going through. And part of that is that you're going to have radical mood swings as to how you're feeling, from like wanting to talk about it to, or him, to not, to very much not, and to wanting to talk about anything other than the departed. So that's a natural part of the process. And yeah, if you need to, at a certain point, just duck out, first and foremost, I want to say to anyone, and it includes you, Valhalla, also, if you're ever on stream here with me and you just need to duck out for whatever reason and I'm rambling on and on, you don't have to wait for me to finish and say goodbye. I'm not going to be offended if anyone just, drops off or something like that. And especially if you're dealing with, emotional thing like you are here,
Yeah, I appreciate that, Joe. It's yeah, the trouble for me is that, and I think I was able to put it into words, so I sort of like copied and pasted it to a few people this morning when they asked me how I was doing and that sort of thing. But the easiest way that I can put it is that when Flux called me yesterday morning, it was about 6:30 in the morning. I was in a dead sleep and she called me in tears. And I picked up the phone, I asked her what was wrong, and the first thing that she said to me was, "Hayden, I'm so sorry, Jeff's passed." And I'd been sleeping on the couch because I was supposed to be in court that day. And the next thing that I remember, 10, 20 minutes had passed, and my wife came out and she cuddled me because she said, "I thought something was wrong with the dog. You sounded like a wounded animal." And it's sort of taken me a day or so to try and get through various things. But now that I'm sitting back in my office, I look around and I'm surrounded by amazing memories of him. I've the Crocodile Dundee hat from Vegas, the half-finished Titanic that's on my desk, the Penn and Teller from when we went to the show. I'm surrounded by these amazing memories, but right now all of them just hurt.
There was it's been a rough couple days, right? And there's 3 people that I was genuinely concerned about when I got this news. And I don't think it's a secret to anybody, right? It was Flux, Danny, and Ozzy. When I heard this, I not only me, Mrs. Valhalla has been asking how you guys are doing, because there's a This was a rough one for everybody, and it was a real rough one for you guys in particular. And I've been waiting to talk to Flux. I haven't called her yet. I wanted to give her a couple of days, but I'm definitely planning on talking to her very soon.
Probably be a good thing. She and Mrs. Flux. I think Mrs. Flux is sort of bearing the brunt of it. And I mean, we talk pretty much. Well, I mean, we message most mornings, but checking in on each other. But I think that probably be a good idea. She might,
I needed to give her a couple of days, and we'll talk probably tomorrow. I almost called her today, but we'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah.
And bro, if you ever want to like call and just talk and stuff like that, you should feel free to reach out. I mean, I know I don't talk to you very often, but you have my number, and and I'm certainly, I want you to feel comfortable, even if you just want to just release emotion. That's cool, So.
No, look, I'm sorry. I didn't. You
don't have to apologize. There's nothing to apologize for.
Well, we were all having fun. We were laughing, and frankly, the laughter was helping. So.
Right. No, no. You don't. Like I said, you don't need to apologize, and that's just what's going to happen during the nature of a conversation like this and this type of topic. Is that there's going to be this random mood swing of emotion, and all of it is necessary. So there's no reason to apologize. That's part of your humanity. So it's only because it's your compassion, which is part of the basis of you. It was part of the basis of your friendship with him. what I'm saying? So like you don't have to. There's no need to apologize for that at all. Quite the contrary. To the extent that I can do whatever tiny little bit to help you, I'm happy to do that. So, did you? So you never met his son, or had any interaction with his son at all, right?
No, I didn't. I spoke with Connor through Discord this morning, which was probably really the first time I got to. But I mean, the stories that Jeff told about him, it's very clear that he's his father's son. So,
oh yeah,
Jeff was so proud of him. He really was. The stories that because, like I said, we would just fire up a StreamYard and drink a beer of a night before going live and all that sort of stuff. So, it was just nice to hear the stories, and he was so proud of him. So I'm very happy to be able to interact with him and say hi and at least introduce myself and all that sort of stuff. And
yeah,
and if he wants them, I've got stories to tell him.
I'm sure he's gonna want that.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Connor's going to be around for a while, y'all. I have a feeling that I have a feeling.
Yeah. So let's hear him talking to Megan. This is when he first called in to Megan. So maybe that'll be able to hear from him.
Hi.
Hi. Hello, Connor.
Hi.
Hi. Is this Jeff's Connor?
Jeff's son. Yeah.
Hi, how are you? That's a stupid
Good, how you
question.
doing?
We're all really bad right now. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, well, yeah, I assumed people had questions and whatnot, so I'm like, you know what? I'll call in and answer some questions that I got over the past few days.
Well, let me ask you this first. How's it been finding out that your dad had a secret life as a rock star online?
Honestly, I was kind of pissed, but it was pretty funny, not gonna lie. It was fun going through all the comments and whatnot, reading all his messages, and I actually did watch the Oktoberfest video that he did, and looked like he was having fun, so that's good.
Oh, he always had fun, no matter what. Jeff always had fun, that's for sure. He thought it was a really funny joke, by the way, that his family didn't know about his YouTube channel. He kept saying, I said, when are you going to tell them? And he kept saying, yeah, I just wanted to see if they're going to figure it out. Like, I want to know how long it takes for them to figure it out. Like, will they be looking at YouTube one day and come across a short or something? He just,
I know that guy.
Yeah, he just thought it was really funny that you might not, that you might just come across him online.
Yeah, well, it was his younger brother that told me 24 hours after I broke the news to the family. He's like, you know that your dad had a YouTube channel, right? I'm like, he had a what? Why? Is he crazy? Does he know how it works?
Well, he didn't know how to work the microphone most of the time. That's true.
I'm like, he had this for 2 years? What?
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, he was like, I'm pretty sure he said it was the Amber Heard trial. He was like, yeah, he was in his room and he was talking to someone. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't going crazy. So I asked him, he's like, yeah, I have a YouTube channel. I'm like, and he said, oh, okay. So he kept it secret from me too. So there were two people that knew, him and his younger brother. And like, yeah, his sister, my aunt that I used to live with, she's like, what is going on? Like, what other secrets does he have?
How has the family reacted to the news that he was pretty well known?
Well, obviously shocked in the beginning, but we're getting a laugh out of it now.
Good. He would want that. I think that's why he didn't tell anyone. He thought it was it's like a last joke,
Oh,
like
I know.
something for you to laugh about, something for you to shake your head about. And there's so many hours of it, just thousands of hours of Jeff at his best. And I'll tell you, watch them, because there was nobody better than him at what he does.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I work 12-hour shifts 5 days a week, so definitely a nice little watch. While I'm just burning time at work.
His last, one of the greatest streams he did recently was in October for Halloween. He did a readings from Poe, Edgar Allan Poe, and
Okay, yep.
and was it H.G. Wells, folks? Who else was it that he was doing? I think H.G. Wells and Edgar Allan Poe. And it was so great. He did hours of just reading scary stories to people, and that's the kind of thing that he would do. That just made people love him. He was always there. H.P. Lovecraft. Thank you. Sorry, well, not H.G. Wells. H.P. Lovecraft. That's right. Thank you, Chad. But he was so good. He was always there for everybody. The most amazing thing I found out recently about your dad, ever since this happened, was that I thought Jeff was my best friend. Apparently, Jeff is everyone's best friend.
Oh yeah, well, I've been getting obviously messages from like his friends, and I'm getting messages from his subscribers. I'm like, where are you guys coming from? Who are you guys? Like what?
I know. It must be overwhelming.
I knew he had other friends, but I'm like, there's like a whole new world with more people.
Yep.
I mean,
There's
it's
hundreds
fun.
of thousands of people who know and love Jeff. I mean, that's the truth.
I mean, yeah. And I just want to say to everyone, thanks for letting him be part of your guys' life. And sounds like he had so much fun with it. And I'll catch up on the 1.2 thousand videos that he uploaded in the past 2 years.
Yeah, he was. He worked really hard. He treated his channel very professionally. You know, he treated it like a job, even though it was not a job. It was his, passion project. And he treated it though like a job, and he was always there. He was always there. He had great work ethic.
I know a lot of people are wondering about his dogs, good old Yoda and Strawberry. They're veterinarian, so he allowed them to be sheltered in his clinic for a little bit. And I got a lot of messages from his friends in Korea saying that they'll take him in, give him a good home. And for me, really, as long as they're good people, which I know they are, and the dogs stay together, then I think they'll be set for life.
Good. That's good to hear, because the chat is definitely worried about Strawberry and Yoda. The chat is reminding me that I have some explaining to do about a few items in Jeff's house.
Yeah, well, fun fact, my mom, his ex-wife, got in the house, like changed all his door locks and whatnot, and she was like, what the hell is all this stuff? Like, he was just like his mother, a hoarder. I'm like, well, I know I know a story about that, because I've heard it from another one of his friends. So I said I'll have fun looking through them when I because I'm planning on going to Korea on the 27th.
Oh, good.
I'm planning on going to Korea on the 27th.
And this is a great point, by the way, that it's not even just the catalog of library that he has like on his own channel, but you can go to your channel, Hayden, and go there's countless other channels and see it and find his dad. You do a search for legal vices, and he'll find him. He'll find even more of him. Interacting with others,
that's another cool part of this, right? Like Connor's about to flood his YouTube feed with hours and hours of legal vices content for the first time, right? And we're all familiar with how this works, right? That affects your algorithm. All of a sudden, he's going to be a year down the road, and he'll get some random stream where his dad just shows up and he's there for an hour cracking jokes. It's cool. It's a very cool thing, man.
Yeah.
It's the final little prank that Vice has pulled. It's gonna last a while.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm looking forward to all the signs and whatnot, and all the fun stuff he bought.
Well, we made him buy most of it. That's what you have to understand is that when Jeff would do Friday, he would do Fuck It Friday streams. And there would be a moment in the stream where if he got up to a certain number of super chats, he would have to buy $100 worth of crap on Temu. And then we would pick out what he had to buy.
geez.
The Nick Cage blanket, the blanket with Nick Cage's face on it. That's my fault. I made him buy that, and in case you want to get rid of it, I'm happy to take it off your hands. But it is literally just like the peeled off face of Nick Cage on a blanket in his room, and it's very weird. So of course anyone would be wondering what the hell is this? And then the chat made him buy the sign behind his desk that says please don't do blow in the bathroom. Or maybe it said don't do cocaine in the bathroom. They also made him buy the toilet paper holder that looks like a bulldog. What else was in there? Oh, bulldog ice cubes, a stupid looking bowler hat.
The
God, what else?
ducks.
Like an entire box full of rubber duckies.
Oh, well, I'll be keeping those ducks because I have 3 in my car.
Oh, perfect. And then there's an entire box of screaming pickles. They're little plastic screaming pickles, 64 green cleaning sponges. It is really hard.
Oddly specific number.
Yes, specific number. We made him buy the craziest things on Temu, and he's like, how am I going to explain this to people? We're like, Jeff, we don't know. That's your problem. So many weird things. So if you find weird things, it's from Temu for sure. Blame us because we made him do it.
I'll be looking forward to those.
Chat, what else was there? He bought some other weird stuff, face creams. Someone made him get like a skin mask. I don't remember what else. There were so many. God.
Has he explained what, like, the different rooms he used to stream in?
I know he changed it around a couple of times. He changed where he was streaming a few times, but no, I don't know anything more about that.
That room with the blue wallpaper.
Mm-hmm.
That used to be my room. So there's a little fun fact for you guys.
That one used to be
whenever I'd
room?
visit, like when I used to go visit Korea, stay with my dad, that was my room. My bed used to be there.
Nice.
And now I guess he changed it into his little dungeon.
His little podcast room. Yeah.
Yep.
And then he had he was working on a really big Lego set. What was it called?
The Tower of Saruman.
Yes.
Or Sauron, which one?
The tower.
whichever one it
He
is.
was working on the tower with Hayden and me. We were working on that on Lego streams. And he was almost finished with it too.
And I mean, he did reach out, and I am planning on sending that to him so he can finish it up.
Oh, that's cool.
So, yeah.
God, we're gonna miss him so much. He was so good to us. He was so good to all of us. He was such a peacemaker. I don't know if he was like that in your family, but he sure was like that for us. Always trying to broker peace. Always being the bigger guy.
Oh yeah, that's who he was. That's all I remember him being. All the jolly ho 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 with his beard and lots of different pipes. And I mean, he shared some of his knowledge of cigar and whiskey to me. I'm like, yeah, I'll understand those someday, right?
He knew so much about so much, and his videos are a great repository.
His brain is just a whole vault of information and knowledge and wisdom.
It's true.
And somehow he had the power to make everyone feel better and feel good. He always knew what to say.
It's true.
And yeah, he was a great guy.
He was a great guy. And it's hard.
I've been getting so many, like, overwhelmingly amount of messages on Instagram and whatnot, and I'm trying to get to everyone that I can. But I mean, yeah, the whole family appreciates that he had another family out there to keep him company and have fun with him.
Yeah. I think I confused your mom. I said,
Oh, she actually called me this morning. I'm like, she's like, yeah, your friend's dad, Megan, called, and she was crying, and I was crying, and she said, oh, let's figure it out. And I was like, what? I'm like, Mom, you can say I love you to friends, okay? It doesn't have to be all romantic I love yous. Like, I'm sure she meant I loved him as a friend. Like, don't,
yes, we all did.
don't panic. Like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised he had a secret lover because he had a secret second life in YouTube, but I'm sure that wasn't the case this time.
That's funny.
So
I would love
let's
to
calm down,
uncover a
Mom.
secret. I would love to uncover a secret girlfriend of Jeff's. That would be fun. But no, but it was funny though too, because I think I said to her, I'm Jeff's friend from YouTube. And then I thought to myself, that sounds so ridiculous. What are you saying?
Yeah. It does.
And she's not even going to know what you're talking about because he didn't tell anyone. So when I say I'm Jeff's friend from YouTube, that just sounds crazy.
Yeah, and
it's so true what she's saying.
It really is.
It's so true that when you know someone from a particular environment and your world is colliding with someone who actually really knows them, all of a sudden the nature of your relationship just seems so ridiculous and stupid.
Well, even like she's saying though, like nobody had any idea he had a YouTube presence.
Right.
None.
Yeah.
So you're like, oh, I'm his friend from YouTube. You sound like a crazy person.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you talking about? His magical YouTube land? What the hell are you talking about, crazy person?
I'm his fellow stamp collector. You're like, what? Yeah, I was a friend of mine when I was in a baseball keeper league. So he told me that he was calling up a friend of mine named Avi and he wanted to make a trade with him. And he said, I never really realized that when I call his home phone, that it might be his wife answering. Now, Avi's team name was Big Head, which was a whole long joke that I'm not going to bother explaining. Okay. So everyone in the league just continually referred to him as Big Head. And he's like, so I call him up and he's like, oh, and he's like, all of a sudden his wife answers the phone. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't know his name. I don't know his freaking name. She's like, hello. I'm like, hi, can I speak to Big Head? Now, if you want to understand the nature of this guy's particular wife, her nickname in our league was Susie Green because she was exactly like that character. She looked like her, Susie Green from Curb Your Enthusiasm, right? Green, like what's that guy? We all call her Susie because she's like someone who's always yelling at her husband and snapping at him and berating him that he's a loser and he's a complete and total moron and he's messing up his life. And the one thing that she really hated was that he was in these different fantasy baseball leagues, like the one he was with us. So she's like, so he goes, hi, can I please speak to Big Head? And she said, what did you just say? He's like,
you got the wrong number, sir.
I'd like to please speak to Big Head. She's like, this is not happening. And I always wondered, like whether when she said this is so not happening, like she's like thinking like this is not happening that I'm putting you on the phone with him, or I cannot believe my life that I'm married with who is known as Big Head, and his juvenile friends are calling me on the phone with me right now that I have to have this conversation. So she said, "Well, with whom would you like to speak?" And he's like, so I just guess like I don't know a random Jewish name. She's like Rafi. He's like, yeah, there's no one here by that name. I'm sorry. Click.
Oh, no.
But yeah, it's a really awkward thing when you don't really know the person. Like you feel
you
like
think
you
that's
really
awkward?
Know them. Yeah.
Time out. Try to get introduced to a U.S. congressman as Valhalla. That happened. Yep. Yep, that's me. They call me Valhalla. That's who I am. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm also a hugger. Thank you for that.
Let's check out the rest of this here.
Like about the YouTube channel. She's like, I didn't know that. Now it makes sense, like what she said. I'm like, yeah, I'll send you the link.
Yeah, I
She's
know.
like, yeah, please do.
I didn't
And
know
guess
how
what
to
I did? 5
explain
seconds later, forget about it.
Oh, there was a lot there. There's a huge repository of Jeff's brilliance and knowledge there forever. And I hope that the channel, I hope that you guys can, I don't know what you can do if you can take over the channel and get the proceeds from it. We've been trying to push Jeff to 100,000 subscribers because he really wanted that and he was so close. And I would like you to have his, we would all want you to have his YouTube play button, you know? And so we've been asking people to please go and subscribe. If you haven't subscribed to Legal Vices at Vices at on YouTube, please do it. Because I would love for Connor to have that play button to hang on his wall.
I appreciate it.
He was going to get there. He was going to get there for sure.
And here's the thing also, I assume chances are very, very high that his son can go into his computer and log in as him. Because otherwise, if you can't do that, he'll never get the play button because there's actually a whole process.
We're working on that.
Yeah. In order to for him to be able to log in as him. Yeah. That's a necessary part of the whole thing.
The main problem that I foresee with it is if we can't get the Google password from somewhere, because hopefully he wrote it down. I was telling him to do it for ages, but I'm fairly confident that his backup email address is his work one. So
yeah, because I'll tell you, I don't have my passwords written down anywhere, but yeah, someone who got onto my computer would just be able to log right in and basically be me, play me. So and my computer is, I don't keep my computer locked also. He lived alone, so I doubt he bothered locking his.
Oh, he did.
He did.
No, he's got good. He had good security. There were a couple of times he called me saying, "Shit, I'm streaming in 10 minutes. I can't remember my password."
He was one of the. I've seen a lot of people stream with like dual streams and whatnot, right? And like generally speaking, somebody else has the ability to come in and end the stream for them. I don't know that I've ever.
No, that was one thing that we both
Jeff
were quite.
That
It was actually only recently that I gave him control of OBS. So he was the one person on the face of the planet that could shut down OBS for me if anything happened to one of my streams. So, but unfortunately, he just we didn't really like giving anyone that kind of power in the back end of StreamYard.
He was pretty locked down on that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't give that to anyone. I don't think I would give that up.
Ozzy had that ability on my channel for a little while. Early on. Yeah.
I had the ability to log into a couple of channels and I had some fun with it.
Yeah.
It was promptly removed.
Actually, I think I still have the ability.
Cabinet right there. It's like, oh wow.
I think I can still stream to Flux's channel right now. I think she's still on my StreamYard.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's check. Let's continue with this here.
I'll be right back.
Sure. I mean, he was going nowhere but up, and he had so many more years left to do that. There was no chance he wasn't going to hit 100,000 subscribers. Just no chance at all. And it kills me.
I mean, I was surprised when I heard that he had, well, at the time it was 84.5 thousand subscribers. I'm like, how? Like, how?
Your dad was a rock star.
What did he do?
He was a rock star on the mic. There's no doubt about it. Tug called him that last night. That umbrella guy called him that last night. He was a rock star on the mic. He wanted you to know your daddy was a rock star. And he was.
Yeah, I mean,
he was.
And I'm sure that him being a radio DJ helped him a lot with his talk and whatnot.
He was a radio DJ?
The video of him.
Yeah, when he was younger.
Too.
Like pop music?
DJing and talk radio.
Really? What years
Yeah,
was
yeah.
that?
What was that? That was before he moved to Korea. That was in Utah. So that was
Wow. He was like 20.
yeah, he was young.
Wow. That's got brass balls.
I think it was the one year.
I picture him introducing Pop Goes the World. Like 80s songs, because if you're telling me that he was late teens, he's the same age as me, so like he's like, oh yeah, here we have Guns N' Roses with their new smash hit "Sweet Child of Mine."
No, his play was that it was at the point where the stations were just starting to give out free CDs to people that called in. So he, on more than one occasion, he used that as a way to pick up. Hey, you want a date? You want a free CD?
You think I can read every single thing in the chat? Let's go. I follow the chat. It's like I'm not going to get every line that's out there. I sort of have to look at the camera every once in a while. So
Year anniversary of Legal Vices. He talked about his radio days.
Yeah. He did. I always used to tell Jeff it was fun streaming with him because there was never dead air. You never had to worry about dead air with Jeff. He was a pro, you know.
Because I have no problem if someone's having a conversation, like it's just me and someone. But yeah, if I'm alone talking to a camera, I'm like, yeah, so, yeah. Anyway.
Old Line Red in the chat says he made shipwrecks and cannibalism fun for the internet. True. It's true. It's true. God, the cannibalism streams with the shipwrecks, God, they were crazy. One time, Connor, he was at your aunt's house, I think in Utah. And he was streaming from a closet of hers with some snakes in it, I guess. This is where the snakes stay, in the closet.
Oh,
you know about this?
Yeah, my
snake closet.
So it's not really a closet. It's just, so my aunt's house has a basement, first floor, and second floor. That room was in the second floor, and that snake it's a corn snake. My cousin's. Her name's Mango. Absolutely cute. And it's just, well, I guess it's sort of a closet, but it's a full bedroom. And that's the room he would stay in. And everyone was like, please take that room, because everyone else in the family, except for me and him, were deathly afraid of reptiles.
Which is why it was so hilarious when his aunt's place got struck with the outbreak of rattlesnakes.
And, I mean, I guess his younger brother was like, every time he comes over, he's talking to someone. Who is he talking to? Like, is he talking to himself? Is he like going through this mental episode?
Yeah, the last time he was there, he was on my stream and he fell asleep on stream while he was in the snake closet, and he started snoring. And I have the clip of it somewhere and I'm trying to find it. Rosalind, do you have that clip? Who sent it to me? Somebody sent it to me just the other day, and we were laughing because he fell asleep and was snoring in the snake closet.
Of course he was sleeping. He always sleeps. Like, so no, he's that dad. Like, I'm sure everyone's dad's like that. I'm just resting my eyes. I'm like, yeah, you're resting your eyes here, right?
Yes.
I'm listening to what you're saying. Like, okay, go to sleep.
Oh my gosh.
It really does sound like his dad.
Oh my gosh. There is a Twitter page by the name of, it's new. Maybe is it a page or it's a group? It's a group called Legal Vices Memories. It's a collection of clips and stuff. And somebody just put it together on Twitter. And so that's going to be a good place to find clips and things of him. But gosh, Rosalind, if you can find that, or Rogue Mama, if you can find that clip, I would love that because it was so funny.
Yeah, and like funeral stuff. I mean, I'll be in Korea for 2 weeks, so nothing will happen there. Probably like just a me private.
By the way, speaking of great moments of legal vices, this is something I think the internet can largely agree is perhaps the best moment he's ever had.
Very nice. D-Zoned. Thank you so much. Hey, niggers. Nick Kurz.
Oh my God.
Nick Kurz.
no!
I said.
Oh, it's after 2 hours. You're fine. You barely
Nick
made
Kurz. That was a hard K, people.
it. Didn't sound like a hard K.
It really didn't.
D-Zone. Thank you so much. Hey, niggers.
That does not sound like a hard K. There's no, let's put it this way. Very, very soft K. Very soft K. Very soft. That was good. That was really great. Hayden needs to confront the lingerie streams to move past just passing while we look at women in lingerie. Yeah. Can we get everyone's links pinned in the chat or description for those of us that are way behind, lose the chat when we leave? It's in the chat. It's in the description. You can find, I put links to Aussie Overlord and Uncivil. Who else did I put in there? I put in also Nick Starrow. And yeah, they're all there. They're all there. Let me just make sure this is, I don't know if Nick Starrow's text. Let me get him out. I'm gonna put one for Megan Fox also, because I think it's a nice thing. It's a nice thing to help raise all boats. And yeah, why not? It only helps. So it's the right thing to do, and it's a nice way of honoring Jeff, which that's what he did. Let me move you up here.
Oh, good. Cheers.
Yeah, Lost in Law hit me with a pity. For Jeff, a glass of Octomore raised for him. Love you, Aussie. Live strong and free. Jeff would have wanted it that way. That's true. This is definitely true. I'm really enjoying hearing this. Megan's doing a great job with this conversation. Like, you sort of feel as if like it's helping, making this connection is like helpful for everyone involved. No,
I think she's done. She did well. I mean, it just goes to prove that she's such a good journalist. Because I mean,
she's great.
She was a wreck. So the fact that she was able to hold it together to get these questions out of him and just connect with him, I think was amazing. So
100%.
Bye. And we probably will have one here in the U.S. But I mean, I'll update whoever I can.
Okay.
Just to let them know if it's like a public thing or if it's just like a family only thing.
Okay.
But I'll try not to keep anyone in the dark. Like I'll update as much as possible, because me being on the other side of the globe where it happened is not helpful at all.
Yeah.
But as I get more information, you guys will get the same information as well.
I appreciate that, Connor. We don't want to get in your way, and I know that the family is going through a lot right now, and we don't want to get in your way. We just want you to know that we're here for you guys. If there's anything we can help you with, we will certainly do it. We have resources to help with anything, expenses or whatever. And we just loved him a lot, and we hope that you guys are supported at this time, because if it's this bad for us, we know it's got to be pretty bad for you too. We're sorry.
Yeah. Well, the whole family appreciates everyone, all of his supporters and second family.
Jeff was really much like the glue
What did I do
here.
wrong
He was
now?
the glue that was holding all of this together. And I feel
Okay,
like
first of all,
and
the best part about that super
to
chat is Brewerberry says it's foreshadowing, Nick. That's fucking hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. Second of all, Nick, sir, at least you got a link. I still didn't get a link.
Yeah, seriously. I was thinking, I'm like forgetting someone here. I'm forgetting someone.
Foreshadowing is brilliant. That's so funny.
It would help if you would share if how many L's in Valhalla?
All of them, all the L's. There's 3 total. 1 and then 2. You know what you could do, Joe? You could just sub to my channel and then
I
at
am
least
sub
show
to your
up.
channel.
Y'all, he followed me. He followed me on Twitter tonight. Just tonight. He
Oh
followed me.
gosh. You know, if everyone's gonna make such a big deal about timing, let's make just a big to-do about timing. Oh, am I following you or not? Yes or no? Yes or no? Am I following you? Yes or no? Answer.
That's true. You are now. You are now following me.
Thank you.
My messages no longer go to your spam folder. I'm very grateful for that. That makes me happy.
I can't find Valhalla Arises anywhere here.
It's because it's not my name. Valhalla Awaits is my name. Valhalla Awaits, sir.
Yeah, I'm playing with you. I can't. I think I have Nick Starrows properly now. Let me see if I find you here. Valhalla Awaits. I could just ask you to share with me the link to your channel.
I could. At this point, though, I'm not gonna. At this point, I'm gonna let you suffer, and it's gonna be brilliant and absolutely entertaining for everybody.
Here it is. Control. I try. It's like F you for trying to do something nice for me, Joe.
Exactly. Suffer in your niceness, sir.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think that
I'll put it in private chat.
No, that didn't work.
Here, I'll put it in private chat. There you go.
Hold on. There. Now it's there. Take this one out.
No good deed goes unpunished. Indeed.
Seriously, and then people are like asking me why I try to avoid the whole good deed thing. Yeah, they all get punished.
I think jerks like me.
I think I want to I think I want to take calls. I feel like a lot of people out there probably want to be able to express how they're feeling right now. And
well, can I just say one thing then, Joe? Just for anyone that hasn't already, because there's a multitude of them. But my stream from yesterday, if anyone there hasn't left a comment, I am planning on printing those out and binding them. So if anyone,
I'll give a link to that stream. Give me a link to that stream. I'll include it in here. You guys should all check out Aussie's, not his content in general, but his stream on this.
My general content's shite. We know this. That's why I've been stuck at 32,000 for the last 7 months. But at least just for that stream, if we can just. It'd mean a lot. And I know that it'd mean a lot to his family as well.
This is true.
Nick Starov just sent me the Monty Python skit, Not Dead Yet. Yikes.
All right, we got Legal Vices up to 94K. So that's 1,500 so far.
We're getting there.
There was a couple of other things that I wanted to share here. This is other memories that people have of classic Legal Vices moments. So there was this one here.
Okay, hold on here. Okay, we'll open this in the browser.
Can't believe we've been talking about this shit for 5.5 hours.
Oh, Jeff, you're gonna love this one. Are you ready?
No, but
chat. Here we go, chat. You ready for Brock and Booker, baby?
I don't get it.
Oh my god.
You might be getting sued now.
That's Vince McMahon, I believe, right?
Wow,
that's the one.
Hold on. Who do I gotta give credit
with
to?
With the Jack Murphy beard.
0 fucks. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's not the Jack Murphy beard.
No.
That is definitely the Jack Murphy beard.
Oh.
It's kind of understandable when you actually look at the lawsuits and stuff.
Yeah.
All right, that because they were covering the Vince McMahon suit.
Brock Lesnar, Booker T. No, okay. Requires some wrestling knowledge, Joe. Some WWF knowledge.
Maybe
it does. It's worth it. It's worth it.
Friendship is when you scorch your arm in a freak barbecue accident and your friends are memeing you before you even get medical treatment. Jeff in Korea.
I didn't feel sorry in the slightest for that. Not for that particular one. For the other memes.
That was real. This is really great. That's so funny.
Yikes!
That's really good.
It's terrible. Terrible. Terrible.
There's so many. I mean, I just Googled Legal Vice's memories.
Are you scrolling on Twitter? That's a bold move. That's a brave endeavor, sir.
It's Joe. I'm pretty sure it's safe.
What? I don't even understand what that means. What does that mean? Why is that brave? Where's the? I don't get it.
Well, let me put it this way. Even Jeff can say that at one point in time, he was scrolling through Twitter live and lady bits were shown by accident.
Oh. Yeah.
1000%. 1000%, yes. There's not enough like risk reward ratio in the world to get me to openly scroll on my Twitter page.
Not on YouTube, anyway.
No way.
Double or kick, maybe.
You're right.
I didn't know he met Law Talk with Mike. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, he streamed with him. Mike was there. Oh God, chat, help me out here. 4 months ago, they did some streams together.
Yeah, July 2nd.
We
dated this thing. So
that
sounds about right. Yeah, he whatchamacallit. I met Law Talk with Mike at Legal Bites wedding.
Oh, cool.
And he was talking. He spent, I don't know, half hour talking to Lady Logic. I was like walking around, like just sort of like enjoying meeting everyone. Like I was meeting like Nate. I met him, and I was staying with Lady Logic, and then I saw Runkle and Nate, and Legal Mindset, and I'm meeting all these different people. I look back over there like 25 minutes later, and the two of them were still talking. And I was now she couldn't move because she actually lost a heel, so she was sort of like left stranded there. And I guess he was like trying to, white knight and like give her like some. Sorry about that. Yeah, and he was trying to white knight and like not make her feel like left alone there. She was telling me, she's like, "Go meet everyone. Go." She's like, "I'll just leave me." She's like, I'll be fine here. Don't worry. And yeah,
gentlemen, I'm going to throw one little piece of advice out there. I've only been married for approximately 7.5 years, something like that. Don't white knight a married woman. Don't do it. They don't need it. They're good. I promise they've got it under control.
I didn't take offense. I didn't feel threatened or take offense. It was more a matter of I was like, all right, I know that yeah, like I said, I didn't take it. He didn't say or do anything remotely inappropriate. I don't want anyone to take anything.
Yeah, no shade at Mike. I'm not trying to throw shade at Mike. It was just
it was zero shade at Mike. Mike was a perfect gentleman, a great guy, really nice guy, awesome guy. But yeah, I was like, no, I want to meet Nate the lawyer, and I want to meet Uncivil, and I want to meet all these folks who are here. And yeah, for us going out there, it was really about meeting each other, not like, I was when I was going out to California, so I was taking my wife, and they were like, yeah, of course you can +1 your wife. No one. So she knew that she was there because she's my wife. You know what I'm saying? Like not that I'm going to be like spending my time hanging with her. Like that was something like she knew I was going out there specifically for the wedding. So
Mrs. Valhalla is good at that. She understands that, like, if we're doing
I mentioned you. I mentioned you.
If we're at an event or something, Miss Valhalla understands that I'm gonna be doing my social butterfly thing. She'll post up.
Of course.
Something. Yeah,
of course.
She knows.
You can see her all. You see her all the time. It's not a reflection of what's more important to me. It's a matter of like, okay, that's what this is about. So, you know, and the truth is, she is cool AF. So,
agreed, 100% agreed. She let you hang out with us for like 6 hours that night.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Yeah.
So
Logic's the
I'm gonna
isn't
I'm gonna open up the phone lines. I think this is the right time to do it. I want to hear from people who are maybe want to
This is
share
good.
some
I like
memories.
that. I like that
because, like, you know, and this is sort of thing. It's the sort of thing that, like, he really was legendary in really just treating everybody the same. So,
he was really good at providing new small content creators a place to get exposure. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Yeah, he was amazing at it.
He was really good at it.
Anyway, if you want to call in and talk about legal vices, your thoughts, your memories, or the grief or something like that, the number is 972-454-0703. I'm gonna have my standard banner that I drop across the bottom here. It's 972-454-0703. You can call in, talk to me and Aussie Overlord and Valhalla. The way it tends to work when I have guests and someone calling in is that you guys will hear them, but the caller will not be able to hear you. Okay. So I can convey what you say to them, but they won't hear you directly. So I'm just giving you that heads up that
we're going back
hear
to
them.
the mind
You'll hear
days.
them. Everyone will hear them, but you won't be heard by them, by the caller. So
cool.
Anyway, that number is 972-454-0703 if you want to call in with any. If you could be grieving, you could have some sweet memories you want to share, whatever it is that you think is whatever is working for you. And I'm not going to boomer dox your phone numbers, but I can't. I'll try not to, but who the heck knows?
No promises.
Yeah, I mean, what do you want? I am who I am. I can't change that. Let me peek in on the ghetto, make sure I haven't missed anything over there. I didn't.
Ooh, that was quick.
Call from
RPP.
You want RPP?
You know me.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are you? Let me just get this boom out for Dom Mannion, who said, "Joe, glad you circled back to K. Oh my God, that was terrible. Yeah, what up? This is Real Patriot Party from the ghetto. First call in comes from the ghetto. How are you, brother?
Not too bad. I hope everybody out there is doing good.
We've done better. Not our finest day, but you have thoughts you want to share about legal vices?
Yeah, I picked up the news from a post on X when Megan Fox Writer put it up, and I mean it freaked me out when I saw it. It turns out, I mean, she's sitting there telling me over on X, she says, I've got his Christmas gift sitting here on my desk, and I'm sitting there going, yeah, I've got stuff that I was going to send him, but we were waiting until he comes back to Utah, in the spring or the summer. And I mean, he didn't know it, but I had him a Rumble Tower just as a lark, because I made an extra one. So, just send him that and just another trivial thing or whatever. I mean, it's completely irrelevant now, but
this came from RPP. This is what they give you when you hit 100K on Rumble. And it actually says on it, good logic, 100,000 non-followers. I actually have millions and millions of non-followers. I think you're selling me very short there, but yes, I'm on Rumble. I'm up to like I'm on the cusp of 13K, the very fine cusp of 13K.
So, yeah, just like where you were last month. So wonderful news.
And a year ago.
So anyways, I think we're all going to get hit through the week with no more
no more Maritime Mondays. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. What did he do?
I mean, he had a
Maritime
deep
Mondays?
knowledge.
What was his thing? What would you expect to find when you would tune in on Maritime Mondays? For those who
Well, he would have an obscure, unrenowned, coverage of some event that some people have heard of and other people never imagined happened, and he would just bring it to life.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a tragic story, and he would get into the nitty gritty of the details. I mean, he would have a culmination of knowledge on it. He would just pound it all into an 1.5 hour stream, and sometimes up to a 3-hour stream, and you would just sit there and go, "Holy crap! Look what these people went through as they went down, or they had a collision or something." It was pretty fascinating stuff always.
No, wow, cool.
Yeah, those streams were awesome.
Yep.
He would find some.
To find most of Maritime Mondays, though, you have to go to YouTube because he didn't always, transfer them over to Rumble. So the big collection of Maritime Mondays is on his YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm. All right. Wow.
But, so we've lost that. And we've lost those 5-hour streams where by the end of the night, it's some real Jeff coming at
you. He could drink and drink and drink like no human I've ever seen. Like,
I was with him on a stream that night when he finished that bottle, that fifth, and then he came over to Nick's stream and he's holding it up.
He finished a whole bottle, right?
Yeah, he had the empty bottle, and then he was breaking into something else, and they're talking about Nick is showing off all these bottles and everything, and I'm watching, and then the screen goes blank with Jeff, and then he reconnects later and comes back in. I mean, I may actually play that one this week because I have it on a local hard drive here.
Right.
The night was so crazy. It is so Jeff, and I mean, the same night I watched other people just, getting drunk under the table. It was just amazing. And Jeff is sitting there going, "Well, wait a minute, what's this?" And then all of a sudden it blanks out, and Aussie's going, "Yeah, he came on. He said, oh, F," and then the screen went blank. We're all freaking out, wondering what's going on. And he actually took the stream from the night before down off of YouTube because he said, I might put it back up someday, but not now. That was crazy that night.
Wow.
But, that was just him hanging out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, I'm going to let you take some more calls. So
Thank you,
I'm
brother.
out.
Appreciate the call. Have a good night.
Yep.
I'll tell you, the most I ever drank in one evening was I went to a party for a guy who had a new son. And for the party, he said he bought me a bottle of Lagavulin. Mm-hmm. And I was the only one who drank from that bottle. I started it from scratch. By the time I was finished of the night, I was down to that much left in the whole bottle. Okay. I can't describe to you how levels of drunk I was. I mean, just insane levels of drunk. And it was in 2016, I was arguing with a Hillary supporter about how crazy he was for voting for Hillary. And I was standing outside in the freezing cold winter and just yelling at that. Well, I guess it was early fall, or late fall. But yeah, I was so desperate to try and finish. Like, I was like, how do you not be able to? It's so cool to be able to say you finished off a whole freaking bottle. And I was like, but if I have like one more drop of that hit my tongue, I will die. I was like, I'm not going to make it. I will not make it. So, yeah. Anyway, if you are interested in calling in, the phone line is open now. It's 972-454.
Are you drinking?
Sure. I have not been drinking tonight. No, I haven't been drinking. I was thinking about raising a glass for him. I don't even have a shot glass here right now.
You know what? I've got the missus and I the other night made a batch of apple pie shots.
What is an apple pie shot?
So apple juice, apple cider, boil that down for a little bit with some cinnamon sticks, and then you pour in a bottle of Everclear. And it's delicious. It's absolutely delicious. It sounds dangerous. It is dangerous, but it tastes like juice. And on that note, I'm going to go grab some while we introduce the new caller.
All right.
Robert.
Hey, Joe, guys, how's it going?
Awesome. How you doing, brother?
I mean, relatively good, I guess. I mean,
right.
Thinking back on Jeff and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So,
you have thoughts you want to share about him?
yeah. I just wanted to share something really quick that is kind of wild and crazy, but listening to Jeff over the last few years, and I consumed most of his content. Just such a honest, genuine, amazing man, first off. But whenever you turn on a Jeff stream, a lot of the rest of the world just kind of faded away, and his personality really just kind of took over. And it always felt comfortable, relaxed, and like coming home after like a long, hard day at work or something like that, right? Just that familiar feeling of being relaxed at home. And the craziest thing, I always felt like Jeff reminded me of my grandmother, who I never knew this, but and I never knew Jeff's last name until I guess yesterday now, when you posted it.
Right.
But her last name was Harrison, and her family came across the plains and settled in northern Utah. And I always felt this strange kinship to this amazing man that lived in Korea. And I'm relatively sure now that he's like my third or fourth cousin.
That's wild.
That's awesome.
No way.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just
wow. That's cool.
Small world.
Just this random amazing man that I found on YouTube, probably mostly through you and Nick, right?
You're welcome.
And I'm pretty sure he's family.
You're pretty sure he's what? Oh, he's family. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's family. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. That's pretty cool.
So,
all right. Well, I appreciate the call, brother. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Yeah. And
hey, thanks, Joe.
And I hope we're all gonna have to absorb this and in our own way. So
yeah, I mean, and you understand this probably better than most, but I mean, that man's not gone. His life here might not be with us anymore, but he's somewhere watching over each and every one of us that held him close to our hearts, and he's still trying to strengthen us. So, but thanks, Joe.
Thank you very much, brother. Have a good night. Wow.
I'm thinking that apple pie shot thing hit Val a little bit harder soon
Yeah,
than he expected.
Apparently that's some good stuff. That's some good stuff there. Yeah. He I mean, there's a lot to process, and when you're hit with this kind of emotions, it's that much harder to process anything. So, you sort of the first step is you got to find your bearings, and deal with the pain, and then first dealing with the pain is really just expressing the pain, and then after you express the pain, then you could start to process how to deal with that pain and not have that pain cripple you, because no one who loves you in any way, shape, or form, whether it's as a significant other, parent, child, close friend, no one wants you to be crippled by their passing. Like, you wouldn't want that if the roles were reversed. That's the last thing you would ever want, is to think that someone you love, you certainly would want them to grieve a little bit, but as far right, like it's like
You still wanna,
at least notice it.
You want to know that you made an impact on them,
Right. For a bit,
maybe a little
okay,
bit, just-
for a healthy amount of time. But then
Yeah.
it's like, I want you to be able to live a happy life. Unless the person is a complete self-absorbed narcissist, they want you to live a health, and if they are, then F them anyway. So that's why, which obviously is not, I'm not describing Jeff with that. But my point is that, that's what they would want for you, is for you to be able to cope with it and move on and have a happy and productive life, for many years after they're gone. So that's part of what love is that you want these people to be happy and not dependent on your continual presence for them to maintain that happiness, but even to continue it beyond their lifespan. So I think that comes at different stages for different people, depending on their level of closeness. First, there is that process of dealing with the pain, depending on the level of your closeness with the individual. So, so, it's going to take you a few more days before you can really start the process based on the nature of your relationship with him. But I would think that in a few days, you should really start getting on that, because, you have people who love and need you and depend upon you. And you have people who love your content who are looking for that. And at that point, so I'm not saying tomorrow, I'm saying, but it shouldn't be a month from now, it should be.
No, there's no way that he'd want that. So
right.
It's more just the thought of things like a few people have reached out to me and said, it is what it is. Go back to it, this is the new normal, move on sort of thing. And I'm like, it's been 24 hours. Fuck you.
Right. No, this is still the grieving period. Right.
Yeah.
And that's totally appropriate. You would be kind of an animal to like not, and very self-absorbed not to want to, not to spend some time doing the grieving. Anyway, I don't have much more that I plan on spending here. If you want to call, the number is 972-454-0703. Speak and you
Call from
asking you shall receive.
McRae.
Not to spend some time.
To accept, press 1. Call from
All I heard was my voice, so I didn't get your name. Hello?
Hi,
Hi, what was your
Joe.
name?
McRae.
McRae. How are you?
Yeah, I'm sad.
Right.
I just wanted to call in and tell Aussie that I feel so bad for him. I mean, I really love Jeff. He was one of the one YouTube people that I watched on my way to work every day. And it's very sad. So I just wanted to send my condolences to you, to him, to everybody in LawTube. I know he was introduced by Rackets, and that's a thing, but I really love how he somehow never got sucked into the drama or the negative stuff. He managed to keep himself above it. So
yeah. No, that's it's a mark of class, to be able to stay above the fray is displaying. And it wasn't just that he stayed above the fray, it's that he was able to be, that's your apple, what was it, apple pie?
Yeah, we call it cabin cider.
well, and even in this Laura Owens thing that he's been doing with Megan,
right?
He's the one person who didn't dismiss that guy as just a douchebag. He's like, I want you to do better. Do better. He's trying to get people to do better. I'm so sad that he's not here.
Yeah.
We all are.
So that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to call in and say hi.
Thank
you. I like your show. I'm probably going to call in sick tomorrow because I'm up way too late. And normally I watch your streams next day.
Most people do.
But tonight I just wanted to join in on the Jeff love. So
I'm curious, while I have you on the phone, perhaps you speak for the everyman. Okay. What time?
Yeah.
What time would I stream that you would watch me live?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I go to work. I watch streams at work when I'm supposed to be working. And then I watch streams after my family has gone to sleep. But I 11 is late. I would say probably 8 p.m. Eastern
8 p.m.
is best for me. But I mean, you have a big audience, so.
Yeah, no, I know.
I've been because of me, but
no, I'm. Look, I'm not changing the name of the show to the McRae Show, but I have been thinking, like, I've been trending later and later, and I actually was thinking that I was thinking about trending earlier, and
yeah.
I
mean, to be honest, that was my whole problem with Nick, because Nick was always so late. I could never watch him.
Right.
And it was always next day kind of thing, and it was fine until it wasn't.
I sort of have looked at it like he's not streaming really anymore. So like if I go later, like I'm sort of absorbing some of his former viewers, but I'm thinking that perhaps if I went a little bit earlier, it probably would be something that my own regular viewers would probably prefer, because I notice when I start later, people get upset with me. So I've been thinking about it, and that's why when I'm talking to someone who tells me they regularly watch me after the show, I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. Maybe I could try to do it. I mean, I'll try doing it like once a week, like having an 8 o'clock show or something like that, and see how that works.
Well, yeah. I mean, I do enjoy you on the Friday show with Eric.
Right.
I do watch that a lot. So
attorneys.
Yeah, I mean that's a good show. I like that, and
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much content out there now. It's
and that's why I sort of feel like this is my window of time.
all.
I sort of feel like this is the window of time. This is like my stomping ground. There's like, that 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock Eastern time kind of thing. It's really my stomping ground that I've sort of staked my claim on. Like, that's my time. So I sort of, and I kind of like having.
I think even 10 o'clock would be better than 11 or 12.
Right.
I mean,
I'm exploring different things in my brain.
And I fall asleep. I'll just say, I try to tune in, and I fall asleep because it's so late.
Yeah, no, I feel you. You have a life, and you have a job. I get it. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the call. You're awesome.
Well, I appreciate you too, and Aussie, Bahala, I love you both. I watch you a lot. Just wanted to say, this is hard. I don't like it, but I'm glad I got to talk to you guys.
Bahala just said, I have no idea who the hell you are, but I don't know. I thought that was a little rude, bro. What? I'm not repeating that. No.
Through MLS. I watch him on MLS Lego streams, and I find him extremely funny. So
yeah, all right.
Extremely funny, Joe. You heard her.
Thank
Extremely
you.
funny.
Thank you. So he said, yeah.
No accounting for taste, Val. No accounting for taste.
All right. I don't even know what he's talking about at this point. I don't even understand. You shouldn't be flipping her the bird. That's kind of rude, Valhalla. All right. Well.
All right. Bye, Jeff.
Good night, McRae. Take care.
Good night. That's fun. That's fun.
I hope she didn't take offense. I didn't.
If she watches anything that I put on, she didn't take offense. I promise you.
Joe at his drunkest is him as a Smurf times 4 with 2 guys yelling to end the stream. That was pretty. The beauty of discovering your dad's YouTube channel with 84,000 subs and then getting flooded with support from all his YouTube friends. I mean, crap. It's like he was scripted to make every man cry. Yeah. I'm gonna miss the Lawrax. 27 months, Tank. You've been here 27 months. Oh my God. We could have 3 kids together. Oh. He was kind and down to earth person. He was very joyful person. R.I.P. Amen. Amen. Joe is someone who also watches your shows later. Part of it is I consume content like you do. I watch it at 1.6 later on. So you're saying it doesn't matter what time I do it. You're just going to come to the.
Can I make a recommendation? If you're
by all means.
If you're going to switch the time of your normal show, do it in small increments. Remember Google with the changing of the homepage color from white to yellow, and people freaked out, and they over the course of a year switched it. And I might have the details wrong on this, but gradual transition will be much smoother.
To accept, press 1.
That's a good thought. I like that, Valhalla.
Very much second that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
What was your name, brother?
Chadwick.
Chadwick. All right. I hope I wasn't. By the way, I wasn't trying to assume your gender there. I hope you didn't take any offense, Zer.
No.
Okay, cool.
No, Chadwick, just like Bozeman, like Black Panther. Yeah.
All right. All right.
Wakanda forever. I dig it.
Yeah.
Joe, dear Lord, I love you, Joe. I love you, Valhalla. I love you, Aussie. I mean, Aussie, like I've said in one of your chats, it's like, if you pass, I will sit there and just straight eat a bottle of Vegemite, just straight up. And
I don't want to be responsible for oneself for you, okay? That's not okay.
Abort mission.
I mean, Jeff was amazing. He
was saying he's going to actually put in his will to hold Chadwick to that. You're not going to back out of the whole thing. That you damn well better finish the entire bottle, not the pint size. It's got to be the full size Vegemite.
You know what? That was actually the last thing I read in the group chat.
No problem. I will do it, and I will do it on a live stream with him.
On a live stream.
That's
only if he drinks some Foster's with it.
No, I will sit there and just like spoon that right into my mouth.
Right.
No toast, no butter
on the bobby.
Hopefully, shrimp might take some of the taste out of my mouth.
Right. He actually said Foster's. So, whatever that is, I assume.
but no, God, Jeff was such an amazing person, and I am going to miss his streams. He was just such a wonderful, relaxing voice to listen to, and I could never get him to do the one Maritime Monday I wanted him to do.
Which was what?
The Cherry Valley story, where the vessel Cherry Valley had actually picked up a piece of one of the NASA rocket boosters after a storm, and NASA took them to court to figure out what the value of the maritime salvage was.
Okay.
I'm
having a hard time figuring out how he could have possibly avoided that thrilling tale.
I would mention it occasionally in his chat, but he never actually did it. And it's like
crazy.
He did the Byford Dolphin. He did all these other things. And it's like, okay, I don't know. All I can figure after repeated mentionings of it is he might have actually been an attorney on that and couldn't really talk too much. But
it was 1994. I doubt it.
No
No,
offense,
I-
Chadwick. He might have also thought it was like crazy boring and no way anyone but you wanted to listen to him talk about it. It's
Oh
possible.
yeah, and
Because people don't want that. People don't. There's only so long you can talk about like a legal battle that people are not walking into it with an organic interest. You cannot force. This is one of the things about being. Now, this is what I want to explain to you. Okay, this is one about being a content creator. It's very difficult to develop an interest that the public does not already have in a topic and just be like, okay, I'm introducing you to this brand new thing you never heard of, and you have to be artful in how to sell it. You need to already have a presence that people are like, oh, this is a person who's established and has, tons of followers, millions of followers who are going to learn this rare nugget of information. And even then, it's like 10, 15 minutes, not an hour and a half.
Also, it didn't have any cannibalism.
I can understand that, Joe.
As Valhalla waits. When I put up Cherry Valley story, okay, this is what I get when I search Google for Cherry Valley story. I get the Cherry Valley story is about a massacre that occurred during the American Revolutionary War in the village of Cherry Valley, New York, where it took place, which is not even what you were talking about. And that sounds way more interesting to the general public, probably, than a legal battle about what salvage, about rights and salvage. I'm just, oh my gosh. So
if it makes you feel any better, Chadwick, the one story that I recommended for Maritime Monday,
He doesn't hear you, Valhalla. Hold on a second. I'm going to tell you what Valhalla is very important for him to prove that you can't hear him. So he has something he wants me to repeat to you word by word, and I will do it religiously.
Can you do it in Hebrew?
Go forward. No, walk forward, and I will repeat after what you say.
One story.
For one story.
How you fucked it up in 3 words?
One story.
The one story that I recommended for Maritime Monday. Never got accepted.
Never got accepted until I paid him money.
I didn't say that last
How
time.
much did you offer, Chadwick?
Oh, I never offered him money.
Oh, there you go.
Asked for
Obviously,
ideas.
you didn't really care about it.
There's your problem right there, sir.
I mean, if I hadn't offered money, I would have been talking to you.
Oh God.
All right. So there you go. There you go.
Christ.
All right. Well, I hope we all learned something today, Chadwick.
Yep.
Yeah.
What we learned today is that if you want to,
I love you all. I mean, you're amazing, Joe, because your legal take on things is just amazing.
I know you guys can't hear him. So what he just said was, Joe, you're amazing. You're pretty
We
much
can
the
hear you.
smartest
We can
law
hear him,
trooper
Joe. We
I've
can
ever
hear him,
seen
Joe.
in my
We
life.
can hear him
I'm
just
awed
fine.
by your brilliance on a daily basis. What? Go on. What were you? I'm gonna just continue.
Oh well, Valhalla Awaits is the preeminent domain as far as knowing about goats. So,
damn right,
I will always defer to him.
There you go. The expert on goats.
Aussie Overlord is just an amazing guy, and I absolutely love him.
There you go.
I like I said, I love you all, and I am very sad. I am just very sad upon the untimely passing of Jeff, and just love you all, and I'm glad that you guys have so much love for each other, even in the background, aside from being on streams.
Well, I
I'll drink
appreciate
to
the call,
that.
my brother,
I'll
and
drink to that.
we'll raise a toast to you. Have a good night, my friend.
Good night.
Well, that was fun. It's
It
weird
was
that
interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. I love it. I love this. I love this seat. This seat is awesome. I'm gonna take one or two more calls. 972-454-0703 before we wrap up over here. Let me see if I had any more Jeff stuff that I thought was worthwhile here from the Jeff memories. Where was I? I gotta remember where I was looking for that. But,
if we are in between calls while you're pulling that up, quick reminder, we are pushing to get Jeff's channel to 100,000 subscribers.
100%.
If you haven't done so, go subscribe to his channel. Legal Vices.
Don't be a jerk.
Yeah. What kind of asshole are you if you haven't subscribed at this point?
Seriously.
Ugh.
Seriously.
Go get it done, y'all. Go get it done.
Bring it home. Bring it on home. Where was I? I was looking for. I wish I had a link to that Vice's memory so I could just pull up one thing after another. Vice's memories.
I'm gonna give it a couple days, but there's a lot of, like I was saying in the beginning of this when I got here anyway, there's a lot of the mods Discord that's kind of putting things into place, and hopefully we'll be able to do some cool shit before this is all said and done.
Yeah, and we're in talks to make sure that the channel itself keeps going, at least in terms of. It'll depend whether or not Connor can get into the phone and get the access and that sort of thing. But it's just I'm cutting up a short from a video at some point and uploading it once a month or something.
To accept, press 1.
I think we got Dan on the phone here. Didn't mean to cut you guys off, but Dan has thoughts. Dan?
Oh, good.
Hey, Dan.
Vance. I'm Vance.
Vance.
Vance. That's not even close, Joe.
No, that actually is pretty close. It's Dan and Vance. They sound almost exactly the same when he leaves. All right. So, what's on your mind, Vance?
Oh, it's Vance, but all right.
Vance. Okay.
God bless it.
You know,
Joe.
normally
Yeah,
when you call, you
Jeff.
say Peter, but now you're fans. All of a sudden, you're all fancy pants on us here. What do you got?
I'm all fancy pants now.
Yeah.
I definitely will miss Jeff. I am definitely sending off Jeff to Valhalla. I will miss him immensely. And I hope it will not just end at that. Like, because Jeff was definitely something beyond just the standard, like, legal crap. He definitely was something beyond that. And I'm going to miss him.
Phenomenal storyteller.
Yeah. He was,
but,
as Valhalla correctly says, he was a phenomenal storyteller.
Yeah, he is a storyteller. But eventually, you know, everybody's got their end of their life. And I wish Jeff the best in his end of his life. I wish the best everybody, and I hope everybody can move on beyond Jeff's death, because don't get stuck in somebody else's death. Move beyond that, because you can't stick, like, some people get very emotional. You have to move beyond the emotion. You have to move beyond just the basics. They were a wonderful person. They brought a lot to the world, but you have to move beyond that. You have to be able to, like, move beyond what they brought to the world. And some people want to stick in the past, and that just doesn't work.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And that's what exactly I was just saying, I think, a little bit ago, which is you can't let someone else's passing cripple you for the rest of your life. You know, depending on the nature of relationship with different people, that comes at different points. So for some people, you know, for some of us, it might take a couple of days, and for others, it might take, you know, a week. You know,
week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I don't.
Not 4 weeks. No.
Well,
I don't think it should be 4 weeks. I think that's way too long.
I don't know. Job sat a long time in his sorrow.
I'm gonna tell you this. I remember I was once visiting someone that was sitting Shiva, which means they had a house of mourning. This is a woman who survived the Holocaust, whose husband had died. They were both in their upper 90s. And it was the weirdest conversation. I remember sitting there just confused. She was furious at God for taking her husband so young. That's what she was angry at. How do you take him so young? I was like, he's literally 97. This is what I'm thinking in my brain. I'm like, what the heck are you talking about? I was like, wait.
97? Too young?
Yes,
Really?
He was 97. I was like, and she was furious. Like, how dare God take him from her so young? And I was just like, yeah, I didn't say anything. I was just like, I just sat there mutely trying to hide any expression. But I think that it's reflective of that when it's someone who you're very close to, you lose common sense reason. Like it's like, so there's no point to trying to reason with her and that stage, or someone who's lost someone who's the focus of their life in the immediate aftermath. They have to do what they have to do. And yeah, if they're saying that 2-3 weeks later, you got to start saying to them, hey, look, but I mean, come on, hey, look, you got to start. But during the first week or so, especially someone who's the focus of your life, or someone who you're talking to every day, people they're gonna vent, and you just let them do it and say what they're gonna say.
Well,
I think the big problem that I'm going to have,
okay,
Joe.
I don't know. That's
1 second.
That's extending a very like moving beyond a lot of that, like a lot of the youth and relativity of it all. I don't know. That's
yeah.
I don't know.
Vance, yeah.
But I will miss Jeff, and Jeff was probably the best streamer of all of LawTube because he could stream about anything and everything, and he could stream about the law, and nobody would ever be upset against Jeff, including he would stream about frickin' submarines blowing up under the ocean, and we would still have a good time with Jeff.
Yep. It was great. He was awesome.
I'm gonna miss him.
We all will.
I'm gonna miss him.
We all will, brother.
All right. Well, Joe, I will talk to you later.
I appreciate the call, brother. What were you about to say, Hayden?
Just that I think that one thing that people don't seem to take into account as well is we all really met initially because of streaming and that sort of thing. And whilst it's okay to say that, you should be able to get through things in a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, one thing that I think that everyone does need to keep in mind as well is that for us streaming, particularly in the world of the internet and all that sort of stuff, in terms of stuff that you see online, things move very quickly. So even when there's drama, things like that, something might have happened 6 months ago, but it'll feel like it happened 2 years ago.
Right.
No one will care. And I think I've sort of hit that point where, like, I know that chat's going to tell me that I think that it's otherwise, but this time in 2 weeks, are people going to have forgotten about him?
No. See, this is okay. No. So this is what there's.
I mean, that might have been the wrong way to put it, but what I'm trying to say.
No. I think you put it exactly right. I think you put exactly right what the concern is. I think So this is something I just want to talk to you about. And again, I have some people who are yelling at me that I shouldn't be saying there's a time limit on grief. Okay, and respectfully, you can have your opinion, and I have mine. I think that there should be a time limit on grief. I think that's healthy. And what do I mean when I say there's a time limit on grief? What I mean, it doesn't mean it doesn't mean you ever forget about the person or forget about the influence they had on you or treat them as if they're insignificant. When I'm talking about grieving or even occasionally shed a tear for them, that's normal. That's healthy. That's fine. When I'm talking about someone grieving, I'm talking about their grief being the center of what's dominating their time. And, if it's now during this stage, those people who are closest to Jeff are grieving as they should be. And that grief is going to take more time for them. And that's normal and healthy. But at the same time, to believe that grief is something that's healthy to have for an extended time, or as a trap I think a lot of people fall into, is that they hold on to the grief for indefinite periods of time out of concern of exactly what you just expressed, Hayden. That if I let go of the grief, it's almost as if they're really gone now. And that's not, and I don't want them to be gone. So or they're going to be forgotten, and I don't want them to be forgotten. And it's out of love for that person that they feel as if holding on to the grief. I don't mean holding on to the sadness. The sadness that can linger in the background. That can sort of that can impact you. But I'm saying holding on to that as the focal part of your life or something that's predominating your day. Those are two different things. And it's, I think, I'm not trying to criticize. I don't know if he turned on the camera or he had something off stream. And I'm definitely not judging Hayden. I'm not judging you at all, Hayden. What I'm saying, I'm trying to help you.
I didn't think you were.
I'm trying to help you to understand, never to fall into the trap of thinking that you're keeping his memory alive by grieving for him. The grief you need for yourself, you refer to as being selfish. It's not selfish. It's actually healthy for you to have that type of what you refer to as being selfishness. That's a healthy thing because you and those who love you and depend on you need you to get through this challenging period and emerge emotionally healthy and strong. And this process that you're going through is how you walk that road towards dealing with this loss. So everything you're doing now is perfectly normal, natural, nothing to be embarrassed about or anything of the kind. It's actually a very productive thing for you to do towards coping with this situation. I'm simply saying that part of coping with the situation is to get to a point where you are emotionally stronger, you are emotionally able to deal with this without it consuming a major part of your life and never slipping into a trap of thinking that, like, oh, they become forgotten if I stop grieving, because that's not true. We will always remember Jeff. He will always be there as a force who has been a very, very positive influence in our lives, and someone whose memory we cherish, whose words and perspectives were very meaningful and impactful on countless thousands of people. And that is an impact that he alone made, that no other person could have made quite the way he did, and something that is reflecting on what an amazing force for society Jeff Harrison was. So that doesn't get erased because we stopped grieving.
And I think we took two different tangents there, and I take everything you're saying, Jeff. Joe, damn it. And I understand what you're saying. What I was trying to say is that, as bad as it sounds, there's two separate instances here. There's what's happened as an internet commentator, as a YouTube personality, whereas there's also the separate thing where, for lack of a better term, this was also real life. So whilst the internet may move at that accelerated pace,
Right.
there are people that are going to be grieving in real time as opposed to, because look at it this way: something happens in the news and it's a massive thing. We all talk about it for a week or whatever, and then we move on to the next thing.
Because it doesn't affect us personally. It's a
Exactly.
different situation.
And that's sort of just what I was trying to get across is that, I guess in the back of my head, I'm sitting here going, okay, well, how long?
You shouldn't be
I'm
thinking about how long it is
normal
now.
streams or anything yet.
And that's fine. That's fine. And
I
wasn't
may-
pushing you to set a time period.
No.
I wasn't pushing you.
If I may
get that,
interject
though. That's why I
briefly,
think we're on two
gentlemen,
different tangents there.
I think you are both on very well-meaning places, right? Joe, on one hand, is acknowledging the fact that grief should be abrupt. It should be take your time, couple weeks, and then you have to get up and you have to start doing things back in order of life, right? You have to start continuing to progress in your own life.
Yeah.
And I think Hayden is just simply acknowledging that sometimes people grieve a little longer than others. And I don't think you guys are saying different things. I think that Joe in this case is putting out a guideline, and Hayden is feeling the moment and realizing in very real terms that it might take him a little longer. And to be perfectly blunt, gentlemen, when my old man passed, it took me years. And in Joe's defense, it was entirely too long. It was unhealthy. I barely made it out. Right. And I'm not saying that that's going to be the case, Hayden, for you. And I don't think anybody expects that to be the case. Right. This isn't going to be a years long grieving process for hopefully for any of us. But I think that both of you are sharing wisdom on this matter in a very important way. And I appreciate that personally.
That was a phenomenal explanation of what was happening there. Thank you, Bob.
I say smart things sometimes.
No, it really was. It really was. Thank you.
Yeah.
Look, you know what? Together we'll get through this. It's gonna be hard.
It's not going to be easy.
No.
And it, important losses are never easy.
Call from
Connor.
Oh, shit.
press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Connor?
Hi.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Is this Legal Vice's son, Connor?
This is the Connor, yeah.
This is Legal
Yeah.
Vice's son, Connor.
How
you doing, buddy?
I'm very honored that you're calling in.
I pretty much joined when it started. I was actually in the middle of watching his first lawyer that I admired video, and I'm like, oh, it's 9:00. Joe's gonna start. Let me just see what his audience said, and just pretty much tuned in since the beginning. And
I didn't even know you heard him. I didn't even know you even heard of me. So.
Oh, I got the link on the mod Discord server.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
I
I'll
sent him the
just
stream.
check in. And I mean, I had lots of laughs, and I'm sure I got some weird looks from my coworkers, but who cares?
You'll get used to it.
And I mean,
Everything I was just
reading all
saying
the
about
comments
grieving
and
just
seeing-
now, by the way, Connor, everything I was just saying about that doesn't apply to his son. That's a whole different. I just want to be clear on that. So,
yeah, I mean, I did listen in on like what you guys will say about grieving and whatever, and I mean, yeah, people grieve differently, and some people will grieve longer than the others, and there's nothing wrong with it at all. And for me personally, I don't show a lot of emotions. Like I just say, ha ha ha, everything's good, life moves on, and everyone thinks I'm a sociopath for that.
no, I don't think you are.
Sounds like his old man.
But I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
like everyone feels emotions differently and in different ways. Doesn't have to be
If I
noticeable.
Oh, he can't hear
and
me. Shit.
whatnot. But I mean, to
But Hala has something he wants to say to you. I'll repeat what he says. I'm not going to be effing around with you on what he says the way I was with other callers. Don't worry.
So Jordan Peterson says that every man should be the strongest person at his father's funeral.
Jordan Peterson says that every man should be the strongest person at his father's funeral.
And I failed miserably in that regard.
And Valhalla is saying that he failed miserably in that regard.
I admire, Connor, your strength in these moments.
I admire your strength in these moments.
And
he's still going, Connor. He's not close. There's a lot more here.
And I hope that finding this new community will serve you right. And if you ever need somebody,
and I hope that finding this
let
community
us
will
know.
serve you right. And if you ever need someone, let us
Or
know. And this is
something,
something.
let us know.
This is something that I think you're starting to appreciate, which is your father was loved by thousands of people that never met him, and he earned their love because he was incredibly genuine and wise and funny and open and kind, and all of these amazing virtues that so many of us aspire to have. And that love which we have for your father, even though we never met you, that sort of transposes over where we just want to help you deal with this situation and be there for you out of gratitude for everything that we drew from your father. And there's so many of us. There's so many of us who feel that way. I know I don't have to ask Hayden to know that that's how he feels, you spoke with Megan Fox, and I know there are others out there who certainly loved your father. Meme Copium, I know, made a very moving statement about your father. There's a lot of people out there, and Valhalla, obviously, as he was just expressing, and Danny on Direct, and probably people you never heard of before who are known by thousands of people and appreciated by thousands of people who would love to do whatever they can to help you out in this situation. Some of that likely will relate to helping, raise funds for funeral and things of that nature. Certainly to help honor your father's legacy, and just generally to help get you on your feet as you're trying to cope with this loss.
Yeah, and I mean, I do appreciate all the messages I get. I do generally read every single one of them and try to get back to everyone. And just like how everyone's trying to help me out, I mean, if anyone like Hayden or Valhalla or anyone in the mod team, anyone he knew, really can just reach out to me, talk about legal advice and what he did and how he impacted your guys' life. I mean, I love hearing people's stories. So, I mean, that it puts a smile on my face to see how he impacted people in different ways. And even if I talk with my mom about all the serious stuff, I'll just hop back on some of the messages I got or the comments that are left on my post and take a little breather and then go back to all the serious stuff, going back and forth. And like I said in Megan's stream, I was genuinely shocked, and now I decided to just hop on your stream to hear more stories about how Dad impacted lives and hear other people's story about him, just to
Would you like a link for
distract myself, I guess?
Would you like a link for the stream to come in here?
No, I'm actually still at work. I'm hiding from my boss in this little blind spot.
You're tip off the old block.
He's got his old snake closet.
Well, I don't like my boss anyway. So I'm like, I cleaned up my machine. I've done everything I needed. I'm just milking the clock now.
Right.
Connor, anytime you need to, buddy, get a hold of me.
Crazy going to work.
Hala's saying
the
anytime
next
you
day,
need to give him a holler. And myself as well, by the way. You can reach out to me. If you can email me at goodlogic@gmail.com. I certainly, to the extent that I can help you with any of the stuff related to YouTube or things of that nature, and dealing with your father's channel, I think that I'd love to help you out on that, and I'd be honored to do whatever I can to help make sure that you're able to you're able to first and foremost, be able to access whatever money your father has coming into him. And
yeah, so since I am the sole heir to his empire, only I have the authorization to move all those money stuff.
Mhm.
But for his electronics and computer stuff wise, I mean, I'll have to see.
Are you able to access it, or are you locked out?
Well, I'll have to go there. So I'm going to Korea on the 27th, and that's when I'll see everything. Like, see if his computers are unlocked, and I mean, if his phone is unlocked, then I'm sure I hope he made a note of what his passwords and stuff are. If not, then I don't know, I'll just take it to the store and be like, please help unlock. But
do you
all of those stuff I'll worry about when I
Right.
get there in 2
Right.
weeks.
And I think it's possible Hayden may be able to help you out with some of that as well. I mean,
I'll
I'm
do what I
sure,
can, yeah.
and I'm sure that he'd be happy to. Have you spoken to Hayden yet, Aussie Overlord?
We've messaged. We haven't spoken directly.
Briefly on Discord, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. No, so you guys know where to reach each other. Let me ask you this.
Right.
Is there any public memorial type of thing? I don't know if you know anything about like funeral arrangements or things of that nature that the public may want to participate in, express their love and appreciation for your father, and perhaps we can help promote so that anyone who wants to express has an opportunity to make that expression.
For funeral stuff, it's still
early.
Again, I'll have to go to Korea to
Where are you at?
handle everything. Right now, I'm in Utah right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, halfway around the globe from Dad. So
Yeah.
I'm just as useless.
Okay.
But all the funeral stuff, I will probably, I don't know, post it on my Instagram story, or I'll also probably let Megan and Hayden and whoever I can think of probably announce it in the Discord server that I've been invited to see if it's going to be a private thing or if it's going to be open for the general public. And I hope it is going to be open for the general public, because I would love to meet everyone in person.
If it is public, I'll certainly be there.
Interact with everyone like
I'll
that.
also do my best.
But yeah, everything will have to wait for now until I know positively when everything's going to be at and what time and what to do from here on out.
Okay, so you have no idea on any of that yet, and I understand that it's you sort of probably feel helpless being half a world away from him.
I'll start to feel useful when I land in Korea.
Right. So are you when do you expect that you're going to be getting to Korea?
So I'll be leaving, hopefully. Well, I got time off from work from the 27th to 10th. So hopefully leave right after on 27th. First thing I'll probably do is go see Dad's semi-mummified body and deal with his paperwork, and then go over to his apartment, sort through all his belongings, find all the treasures that he collected over the past 2 years.
Right.
And if my mom's there, then I will also be entertained by her reaction to everything.
Okay. How do you expect her to be reacting to this?
Probably shock and slight disappointment of how much stuff he had. I mean, after they divorced, they still kept in touch. They were pretty close friends, which I'm lucky about.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm sure she'll be sad and she'll probably break down and whatnot. So I'll have to be comforting her on that part as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I'm sure I'll. As of now, I'm staying strong for other people, but I'm sure I'll. Once all the stress has been lifted, I'll have my own private time. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah.
But I mean, if anyone wants to reach out to me, feel free. I generally do enjoy reading all the stories, and if anyone wants to,
What's the best way to reach
like
you?
it, Instagram really.
Instagram.
Just DM me on Instagram,
Okay.
or like all the moderators that are on the Discord server, they can just message me there.
We've got a big
you want to
Discord
talk about
server.
legal life and whatnot. I would like to learn about his double life.
It's funny because you feel like the double life to us. We're like, we all know him. We all know him as Legal Vices. Most people who know Legal Vices don't friggin' know his last name. It's like, I had to like look up his last name, and I was like, "Oh, it's Harris." I knew it was something with an H. I didn't remember what it was, but yeah, most of us don't even think of him as Jeff. It's just Legal Vices or LV or actually people who is known as the Lawrax, Lawrax, because of his mustache, which was just that bushing mustache from the Dr. Seuss character. So he got the nickname the Lawrax, which is how everyone. Yeah, that's what everyone called him. So
yeah, like when my dad's younger brother was like, yeah, like he's called the Lawrax. I'm like, you mean the Lawrax? It's like you just don't know how to say the Lawrax properly. Like, why are you saying the Lawrax? And when I actually went into the channel, I'm like, oh, that makes more sense.
Yes, yeah.
I got you. Okay, so I was the dumb one that was criticizing you. You pronounced it the Lawrax.
Some people
But
are.
I mean, it was a fun surprise to learn about that, and yeah, like I've been scrolling through Twitter and YouTube and your stream and Megan's stream, reading all the comments. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
You guys
Don't believe everything you read in the messages.
I'm sure it was like a slow rise for Dad, but it was like a whole surprise with almost 100,000 people saying, "I'm sorry for a loss." Blah blah. I'm like,
so I'm gonna.
Okay, where do you come from?
Yeah. Well, if you want to know why he was drinking so heavily, it was exclusively because of this guy who goes by the name of Let's Go Brandon, who basically would buy him one drink after another until he drank like a fish, at like $100 a pop. But I guess he probably paid for the lot of the junk you're gonna find in your dad's empire there. Someone else here commented they love it if the funeral was live streamed. So I do need to explain something to you about the art of grifting, which is what they call what we do here. Okay, and he would refer to himself. Your father referred to himself as a grifter. That we podcasters who basically take in money from super chats and things of that nature are essentially grifters. So the art of the grift, part of the art of the grift is knowing what the public wants. And I do think that if you're able to access your dad's channel and live stream from his channel, his funeral, I think that you'll probably get some nice. It'll probably be financially rewarding for you, and at the same time,
biggest dream for the year.
and at this, I think it could potentially be very financially rewarding for you. And I'll certainly help promote that live stream if you can figure out how to. And people will help you set that up so that you can do it. And I'd be happy to help you. Hayden would be happy to help you. There are countless of us who would be happy to help you and
I'd
to
be happy
promote
to
that,
help.
and to promote that, and as well as, and it would help his fans get some closure to actually be able to witness that. I think it's a mutually beneficial thing for everyone involved if you can try to arrange that, to find some way to share that, so that this way people can show you how much they love your dad. And and
we started talking about that today.
So Valhalla's saying that you started talking about that today.
I'm like me streaming.
You streaming.
We can make it so much easier, bro.
Oh,
Don't worry about that.
It doesn't have to be.
But I mean,
Connor, it doesn't have to be like you're hosting a radio show the way your dad would have
Right,
done it, or like I'm doing here. It really can be just literally. You can even have probably someone will probably be there who could actually film the whole thing and stream it directly to your dad's channel.
The other thing to remember, of course, is that Vices has a
Valhalla's
giant.
talking now. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. So what are you saying, Valhalla? You can't hear. I know you can't. You cannot hear Valhalla or Hayden. So that's why when they talk, I'm gonna. So Vices is saying what?
Vices has a giant library that the residual revenue from his YouTube channel could really be beneficial. And we started talking today about how to make that a continuous thing, right? How to keep that channel alive and benefit Connor. Earlier today, we started talking about that. So we'll get further into that and hopefully we'll be able to do something.
Let's not make it sound like it's all about the money though as well, because obviously.
Well, no, obviously not. But this is continuing the legacy.
So he was talking
his
about.
son.
So Valhalla was talking about the legacy of your dad through his channel, and it's not even a matter of and Hayden is rightfully concerned that people will look at this as if this is just like a money thing. It's not a money thing. It's a matter of people really want, first and foremost, I mean, to the extent that you can help build a legacy for his kids, I'm sure he would be appreciative.
Yes.
And this is not money for any of us. This is money really through
Connor.
Jeff, for Jeff's son, which I think it's a nice thing for us to help him monetize, because this is an area that's completely foreign to him, where he doesn't understand.
Yes.
He wouldn't know how to monetize this the way we might better understand. So, seeing as how, whatever Jeff left over for his son, the more we can help out in that regard. I think that's a way to better benefit Jeff and display our love for him. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't, even though I'm sure it would make for great content, I wouldn't stream that in competition with him, because the idea is I want to help funnel this towards Jeff and Connor. So
I'll put it this way, right? When my old man passed, if there was somebody that just showed up and was like, "Hey, your dad has this income revenue that might be able to be
maintained,
preserved for you in some fashion," I would absolutely hope that somebody jumped on that and would do that. You know what I mean?
So Valhalla is saying that there was some way that someone could help preserve their father's income revenue for their children, that people would be appreciative of that. I think that might be a struggle to really have that maintained on an ongoing basis. Like I was sure, because most of the content people want is going to be like the fresher type of content rather than older stuff. It's not like artwork that stays the same no matter the time period. Most of the content I put out today, no one would bother watching a month from now. You know what I'm saying? Maybe this show is different because it's a show that people might want to look back at. But the vast majority of stuff that Jeff or I would be talking about, very few people want to sit and watch about the Sarah Boone trial next month. They just don't. They don't care. So as far as the ability to capitalize on that, I don't think it's going to be something noticeable. But in this, when we're talking about, as far as, stuff happening with respect to Connor, with respect to the funeral and memorial and stuff like that, that I definitely think, certainly could be helpful. So
he's got a big library. He's got some good stories in there. Maritime Monday.
Yeah, he has some good stories.
Good.
You're saying he has
That's
some
good.
evergreens in there? He has some evergreens in there? Maybe. Maybe evergreens are what
1000%.
we refer, Connor. Evergreens are what we refer to as videos that work no matter the time. And they're not news content that people, will drop a day later, but things that are just as timely years later
And
as they are.
if perhaps this is not the proper time for that, I apologize. I am just
And,
thinking.
yeah, I mean,
it's
I'm
not
sure
a little
everyone will
literally.
help out in some way. So
Yeah. Yeah. What do you do, Connor? What's your story?
well, where do you want me to start?
Well, you say you're living in Utah, so like, what do you? And
Right.
I know you're goofing off work right now. So what type of work are you goofing off from?
I do ironwork, so just any like steel structure that goes into like buildings and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll just process them, cut them, and
Oh, cool.
make sure everything's into spec and run heavy machineries, all that fun stuff.
Oh, that's cool. You're building America. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. So, and I assume that you're single. Do you have any kids? Like we don't know anything
I am
about his
single.
family.
I am available.
All right.
Hit me up.
You're not hitting on me, right? I just want to be clear here. I'm very pretty.
No.
I get it, but I'm just saying. I don't really have, no offense. You seem like a striking young man. It's just that's not my thing.
How dare. I can't.
So, yeah. You actually you look and sound a lot like your dad. It's really it's very heartwarming
striking.
listening to you.
It's striking.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're very Jeff.
Yeah, like I keep saying, like if you want to talk about anything really, hit me
But
up.
what was he like as a dad?
Sounds like he was pretty much the same. Just funny thing, his first video of the Amber Heard trial, at the very end, he said, "Let's have a talk." That just brought back memories. I'm like, oh God, I'm in trouble. I'm like, every time he said, "Let's have a talk," I'm like, oh, what did I do? I'll just like look back into my memory. I'm like, yeah, we can talk about something. But I mean, he was a great dad. Like even after like my parents' divorce, like nothing really changed. Like I had great relationship with both parents, and he was really caring. Again, I mean, I'll probably say a lot of things that I already said on Megan's stream. He always knew what to say. He likes to guide people, not in a certain direction that he wants to, but like he'll give options and be like, you can do this and this and this and go this way, or you can do these other things and go the other way. Both of them will benefit you in some way, but it's really your choice. It's your life. You control it ultimately. And he was a great person to lean on to. He's always open to listen to what's going on, or he really wanted to know like how your day went. And me being probably like majority of the time, just give him one word answer like, "It was good. Next question."
Yeah.
But he really wanted to know how your day was, like how you were really doing, if you could help in any way. So he was a big part of my life, a lot of people's lives. And yeah, it's kind of weird to think that he's gone now, but he's not really gone, if that makes sense.
It does. It does.
But,
and especially with you learning that you have like thousands of hours of content that you've never seen him produce before. where you get to actually like, you know, see him do his thing. That's got to be very cool for you.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's fun watching him be in his element and
Yeah.
be really passionate about what he's doing.
you might not.
There were some times where I'm like, oh, control your anger, your blood pressure. Come on, stop it. But I mean,
what you might not
it was fun
appreciate,
watching.
what you might not appreciate yet about your dad that I might be able to share with you. First and foremost, Let's Go Brandon says the one message I want to pass on to Connor is he's always spoke highly of you, and he shared his love of life with the world. One of a select few men I bought drinks for from the shower. But what I want you to know is that your dad was like an instant star. Like as soon as he made his first appearance and opened his channel up, most people will take months and months to get to, like, you know, 3,000 to get a few hundred people. And your dad, within like, I don't know, 3 months of starting his channel, had like 20,000 people following him. I mean, people spend years trying to
Is that true? Hold on. Is that true? Because he had videos from like 12 years ago where he was doing, like, he was stuck in traffic.
How
in
is questioning
Busan.
me?
Yeah.
How is questioning me? I'm
He had
talking about
videos
when he
from
came out with the
way
Amber
back,
Heard thing.
Joe.
You want to sit
Way
here talking
back,
about
Joe.
no,
Come
oh
on.
my god. Oh.
We're
This
talking
is
about
why I
when
never
he
have
was actually
company.
convinced to
This is
do-
why. This is why I never have company, because they're always arguing with me and just like you know, trying to fact check me. Oh, he put out a video 12 years ago where he was spent on a thing, and I can't. And why would you say that? It took him, dude. Was he making content on a regular basis, like law-based?
Vices would have said the same thing.
Oh,
he would have
for
called
crying
you out
out
as
loud.
well.
Don't
He
tell me
would have
Vices
been like,
would have said the
listen, I've
same
had my
thing.
channel for like
no
12
one heard
years.
of him, and then all of a sudden everyone was following him. He went from nothing to like this mega thing
He's not
overnight.
Rob from
You're
Law
just
Lumber,
jealous.
Joe.
You're just jealous because he had so much more talent that he was able to just like shoot right past you, and you're like, no, he was grinding it out day after day for the last 32 years, trying to get an audience, and finally the one or two videos he broke out with, that's just not reality. He
Listen,
wasn't
Joe,
producing
he's
content
not
regularly.
Rob from Lawn Lumber, okay? He didn't get 20,000
He's not Rob from
subscribers
Law and Lumber.
overnight.
Oh my
okay?
god. Rob from Law and
he
Lumber
had
was
some work to
200,000
put in. That's
subscribers
all I'm
overnight.
saying.
Okay,
That's all I'm
so
saying.
and Rob from Law and Lumber defied gravity. Okay, that doesn't. You can't. No one is Rob from Law and Lumber. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm
What did he
saying,
get,
for
40,000
crying out
subs
loud,
overnight, that guy?
okay, all right, there we go. So
That's
he's in my face. This guy's screaming in my ear. So what I'm trying to say here, okay, before I was very rudely interrupted, even though you didn't hear the interruption, everyone else heard the interruption. Everyone else heard the interruption there. So yeah, so what I was trying to say there is that as soon as he had any sort of real exposure to actual folks, people took to him immediately. Okay, is that something you can agree with me on? Hala?
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
Follow proof.
Yeah,
Follow
so
proof.
as soon as people actually saw him, they liked him and started following him in ways that few content creators are able to rival, with the exception of Law Lumber. I'm so proud of you for remembering his viral debut video. You're awesome, Valhalla. Thank you.
It's like 40,000 subs overnight. That's impressive.
He didn't have
That's all I'm
he had
saying.
100,000. He had 100,000. Law and Lumber had 100,000 subs in less than 48 hours.
That's insane.
So,
That's insane.
But yeah, the point here, if I can get there without being interrupted, is that your dad is a natural, and he had exceptional talent, and everything about him was very genuine and realized by the public as soon as they stumbled across him. And that's something. What I thought was really a beautiful thing that you wrote, Connor, was it seemed like before you even knew how popular he was, like the first post you wrote on Instagram about him is, that he's your role model, who the man you hope to be one day. And you didn't even realize, with respect to social media, how much he had accomplished. Like you've seen the man, and you saw what he was, and without knowing how that manifested in the public sphere, you're already saying that he's the man you hope to grow into. And I'll give you a blessing that you should help your dad fulfill the American dream, which is that you should become everything that he is and exceed him. Because that's what every dad wants. And what you're describing sounds like a great dad.
Joe, don't terrify the kid. He just found out that his dad's got a
I'll
channel like this.
Changing my dreams back to being a lawyer and then go
No,
through
not
law school and...
that way. Oh God, Connor, no, don't go to law school. No.
I'll be exactly like
Look what you're
that,
doing,
right?
Joe.
Student loans and
No, for the love of God, no. If your dad wanted to be a lawyer, he would have pushed you in that direction, and he would have been a terrible dad. No, not law school. You don't have to go to law school. There's a million ways to actually succeed in countless different spheres without ever setting foot in those flea-infested, overwrought, self-inflated, insecure schools of education we call law school. No. What I'm saying to you, even if you wanted to go to social media, there's a lot of ways you could do it far better than actually going the law routes. Your father found his way of manifesting himself. You can reach far beyond those spheres without ever going to law school. Valhalla's raising his hand like he's in class. What's on your mind, Valhalla?
Goat farming isn't a bad way to go. Just putting it out there.
Okay.
Connor, hit me up, buddy. Hit me up.
Valhalla is suggesting you become a goat farmer.
I'm just saying. saying.
This is the level of input he adds.
you know what? I'll think about it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's applauding with excitement. He's got so many different secrets to goat farming he wants to convey. You'll be the protege he's always wanted.
Jeff is looking down right now, wanting to stomp the shit out of me.
No, I don't know. Maybe I'll just buy a plot.
Yeah, you just buy. It starts with buying a plot. You get yourself some goats, some
I've got
speckled
goats.
some striped goats,
Hook you up.
some of the different varieties of goats. You can explore mating different varieties with each other, have an exotic goat farm. This is what the public wants. This is what the public is clamoring for, and it's content that you alone will be able to provide, because the one thing YouTube has been searching for is someone who can convey their thoughts, who's a goat farmer. And that's what YouTube needs right now.
Step 1, get goats. Step 2, build a cabin that I can live in.
What was that, brother?
Like step 1, get some goats.
Yes.
Step 2,
step
build
1,
a cabin that I can live in.
Love it
And survive.
Love it.
Yep.
Love it.
Step 3, get you some cabin cider.
By the way,
you'll be just fine.
Little known fact, the best kept secret in the world: chicks dig goat farmers. Everyone knows this.
That's 100% factual.
Some people
100%.
think they're searching for the wealth and the fame and the people of power influence. No. Way above that, way above that is the goat farmer. They are way up there. So, yeah, it's definitely a path. I'm a little disappointed in your dad that he never pushed you in that direction before, frankly.
Me too, actually. What the hell was he thinking?
I don't know. But probably he was trying to keep that a secret. His third secret life.
Oh, you think his third secret life is he really was a goat farmer?
I don't know.
That's part of the empire.
I'll just figure out this random person will hit me up and be like, "Did you know that your father has a plot of land about 10 acres? Just go."
That would be awesome. Oh my
It wouldn't
God.
surprise me.
Oh my
I would
gosh.
be
There is
I
so
would
much
be
money
very
in goat
well. I
manure.
I wouldn't be surprised at this point if he did actually have one of those.
if your dad had a secret goat farm,
Just to go farm. I'm like, what now?
that would
What
be
else?
awesome. Do you? Let me ask you this: the industry you're in now, you said you're in iron. You're in steel or iron? Which one?
Iron work.
Ironworks. Do you look at that as a career path or as just a job?
Bit of both. I mean,
it's a
I
trade.
really just go from get a job, and then if I find a better opportunity with good hours, I'll just hop on to that one, and then go from there. And so far, this is the best one I've had. So I think it's not really what I envisioned to be a iron worker, but I think that's where it's heading to.
Right.
And plus, this does take up, like I said, 12 hours a day, 5 days a week. I can't really do anything else except on the weekends.
Right.
So I'm pretty much stuck with this, but I'm not complaining. It pays the bills, so that's all I need.
All right.
Pay
Now,
the
Holly,
bills, put food on the table.
one second, Connor. Now, Holly, you sent me a message saying you need to dip out. Is that still something you got to do?
I'm okay for a little bit.
All right. He's still good for a little bit. No, I'll tell you this much. When you have a job working with your hands, you develop a skill or a trade or whatever it is, that is so far superior to being an attorney. I can't even begin to tell you. It is so much better. It is so people foolishly look down on blue collar workers as if they're lesser than. They are the ones who are building the world. They are the ones who are the genuine rock stars of the world. They're the ones who actually, frankly, can make more money and actually own something. Like actually build something, own something, build a business, which is far more lucrative if you can develop your understanding of the industry that you're in. Because America and really the world at large is starved for people who have actual skills and integrity. If you open a business, I tell family, friends, everyone I can. You want to make money, you want to have a successful life, become a car mechanic, like an honest car mechanic who actually really knows what the hell he's doing and can deal honestly with people. You will become wealthy, become a plumber, become an electrician, learn a skill, a trade that people need and value, and you end up becoming your own boss after you put in a few years where you're working underneath someone else who's actually, who actually has intellect and has experience, and you develop your own skill in that sphere, and your value and the value that you end up is built into you and what you can bring to the table, which is easily translatable, which works universally. It doesn't matter whether you're in Utah or in Korea or in Thailand or Russia or EU or South America, that these skills basically work pretty much the same everywhere, and that is now something that frees you up into being able to build your own little nook in your own little empire, as you use. And I'll tell you right now, it's so superior to becoming an expert in the law or all these other spheres which people look up to as like, wow, they're so smart. Those people, most of them are insecure losers who are miserable anyway. The vast majority. I urge you, if you happen to like engaging in blue collar work, don't think for a second that there's anything lesser than at all about it. Quite the contrary. It is the most based and awesome type of career path that any individual can take. And I say this as advice, as I would tell my own son.
I have seen a couple things in
blue collar
chat.
work for the past
What was that,
5.5 years. I've been doing blue collar work for about 5.5 years, and I'm liking it so far. So,
right,
keeps me busy.
Right. Now,
Good.
eventually,
As long as you
it's good to branch out into building your own little corner of it. You know what I'm saying? In other words, to find an area, once you develop that skill, to find a way that you can actually, step out from underneath someone else into building your own business in that area. But you sort of, become like the apprentice after you do your apprenticeship for a while, then to actually be able to start, bringing in people underneath, going up on your own, and then ultimately bringing people underneath you. But if you can be a blue collar worker who's exceptionally knowledgeable and has integrity, the customers come flooding. They come flooding to your door. So, you guys have any questions you want to ask Connor before?
I have.
Anyway.
Yeah, me and Hayden both have the unique ability to be able to talk to him immediately after the stream if we wanted to.
Yeah, how can I get? Is there a way I can get in touch with you if I want to reach out to you for something in the future, Connor? Can you drop me an email, like a phone number or something that I can sort of touch base with you if I want to, make it a little easier to communicate with you? I mean, I have your text. Actually, now that I think about it, I have your phone number right here. Is this the number I can reach you at? On the Google, because you call me on Google Voice, so I actually have your number
for
here.
sure. Yeah, this is my number. So
all right. My name is Joe Neerman, by the way. My real name is Joe Neerman. So the world knows my real name, unlike your dad, who's just Legal Vices with Lawrax. So, all right. So I'm going to add you into my phone, so this way I have, if any other thoughts come across my mind, I will. Do you mind sticking here in case there are other super chats I missed and staying with me for another few minutes here, brother?
well,
you gotta go. You gotta go.
To
okay.
Clock out soon. So, but I mean,
no, if you gotta go, I'm not going to keep you.
I'll stick around in the stream.
Run through some
I'll
super
be
chats.
watching it
Okay.
If you are going to be a little longer, but yeah, I just want to say, again, thanks to everyone having my dad as a company, and if feel free to hit me up with any stories you have about him, or if you just want to talk, I guess, just hit me up. I'll get back to you when I can. And
Also,
guys.
Also,
one second, Connor. I've got a final message for you here.
We would like not a message, but we would like to hear some of your stories, Connor.
Yeah, he's right. We would love to hear some of your stories. Do you have one story about your dad that maybe you can share with us before you go? Not to put you on a spot. Not to put you on a spot, but
well, the only memory that I can really remember that was kind of funny to me was I actually did share it on the mods Discord, but I'll share it again here.
Okay, great.
When you guys were talking about my dad's martial art stuff, he used to just flip me around and throw me to the ground, not harshly, just playfully, of course. And I got strong enough to resist his little list to do it. He'll just smack my back and be like, "You're no fun. You're too big to play around with. Fuck you. I hate you. I'm not gonna play with you anymore."
That's great. That's great.
And his little semi-racist remarks was pretty funny too. I got a full ride scholarship. I applied for scholarship, got a full ride to a college, and he'll be like, "Well, I guess that's the benefit of having a refugee Vietnamese as a kid."
Yeah.
I'm like, wow. Awesome. Thanks, Dad. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Wait, your mom is Vietnamese?
Oh, my mom's Korean.
Oh, that's funny.
Totally Korean. Totally Korean.
I'm like, yeah, sure. Awesome.
That's great.
Those I will remember forever.
That's
I
awesome.
love it.
Well, Connor, you were awesome. I really appreciate you getting through here and calling in, and spending a few moments getting to know you. And I'm going to text you right after the show, so that this way you'll have my number in there. And in fact, let me do that now. Here. Otherwise, I'm definitely going to forget because it's late. But and those who want to reach you on Insta, can you give everyone your Insta?
Yeah, my Instagram is Burrosklovich, BURROSKLIOVCH. I think I totally did not spell that right.
You're so good at the social media thing. You're natural, bro.
I guess go back in the stream when you pull that up and you'll find it.
Yeah.
Connor, buddy, you can't hear me. God damn it.
Connor, buddy, go ahead. Let's do it again.
It's great to talk to you in person.
This is Valhalla. No, this is Valhalla. I'm echoing Valhalla here again because that's why I became a YouTube content creator, just so I can repeat what other people say and basically play an operator. So please go ahead, Valhalla.
Well, I was just
Connor,
assuming
buddy.
that your jank ass system was allowed to converse with the callers and all the guests. My bad. I was just gonna say, Connor, buddy, hit me up anytime. If I can help you at all, let me know.
If I can help you at all, let me know. So there you go. That was him.
That was all.
Yeah. All right.
And if there's any way I can help with, I don't know, closures or something that I could do with my limited power, let me know.
Yeah. Okay. So they heard you on that, so I'm not going to repeat that.
No, that's fine. If you can just let him know that I'll reach out to him when I can, and yeah.
And I just texted you right now, so you have my number there.
Awesome. Got it.
See, Val,
All right.
he repeats what you said.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Hayden said something nice also.
Nothing, Hayden.
I wasn't really listening. What did you say, Hayden? Say it one more time.
Jesus Christ.
It helps to be obnoxious.
Wait, what did you say? I was busy texting.
I know.
I can't walk and chew gum.
Just let him know I'll talk to him soon. Jesus.
Oh, Hayden says hello. Wow, that was very meaningful. I'm sorry I missed that. I don't know what's wrong with me. Okay. I'm sorry I didn't pass that along sooner,
shit.
Connor. I hope your life has more meaning now. Okay. Well, Connor, you're awesome, and I'm going to let you get back to work so you don't get fired. And I really appreciate you calling in, and
yeah,
I look forward to
Thanks for having me.
I look forward to talking to you more in the future, brother.
Oh, for sure.
All right.
Have a good one.
Have a good night, my friend. Take care. Thank you so much, brother. That was Connor. Connor Harrison, son of Legal Vices. You son of a Legal Vices.
Okay, so I need to take 1 second and address chat for a half a second. I understand that was a little too much financial talk, and it may have come off as like cheesy or what the fuck ever. Here's the problem, chat. Here's the problem. If my friend passes and I have the ability to depart financial wisdom onto his child, that is my responsibility from that point forth.
Yes, and F all you.
Yes.
And what you think about, it's like, oh, there's the Jew talking about money. It's not my money. I'm not talking about my money. If I was Jewish about it, I'd be like, how do I, and the way people classically use it, I'd be like, how do I rake in off of it? No, that wasn't
the case.
How do we help this kid who no longer is looking forward to very much financial support from his dad going forward?
If I've got 10 minutes total to talk to that kid about his financial future and any advice I can possibly give him, I'm going to give that 10 minutes no matter where or when it happens to lie. All right. So be upset if you want to, chat. I don't give a shit.
Potentially far more beneficial to him than saying, we really love your dad.
No shit. Here's another shot.
Yeah. Yeah. What he said. Man, Valhalla, you on fire tonight. You on fire, brother. You on fire. All right, let me catch up on some of these chats here because there was a whole bunch of them. I think I was up to this one. Joe is drunkest as him. It's more times 42. I got that one. The beauty of discovering it. Got this one.
That one.
I'm gonna miss the Lawrax. He was kind and down to earth person, very joyful person. R.I.P. Thank you.
You got that one. That was
I did get
27 months. That was the 27 months. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, 1.6. This is the first one I didn't get. Star answer. I lost my dad last December. Jeff helped me deal with his passing with laughter. 1 year to the date, we lose him. He'll be sorely missed. Yeah. He changed lives. He really did. Cash saying, also about how thanks for hanging with Joe and sharing memories of Jeff. Usually Joe has to pay for friends. This is true. Of these crazy online lawyers, Jeff was actually one of the normal ones. RIP Vices. He was cool.
Bold of you to assume that Joe didn't pay us.
Yes, that was pretty bold.
Wait, you're getting paid?
Time limits on group or normal is kind of odd of extending them. I don't know what that means. For Jeff, RIP. Thank you.
RIP.
I just checked Vice channel and it's 5.8K from 100,000 subs. Let me see if that number is where that number is at right now. This isn't it. Let's see where we are here. Legal Vices. 94,500. So there you go. We got another 300 subs out since this came in. I'll tell you right now. I'm expecting when I wake up tomorrow, he'll be at 100,000 subs.
He'll get there. It's just a matter of time.
I think it'll be less than 24 hours. Jeff made comments about when his brother died. That's just he wants everyone to be well, crap, or F, and to not dwell. Yep.
But when did people ever listen to his advice?
Easier said than done.
Took months for me to feel right after my drummer died from a heart attack at 32. The more shocking the death, the harder it hit and the longer it takes. That's a good point. It's true. It's true. Hold on to the memories, indeed. I love Legal Vibes, like Legal Vices, and I love you. Thank you, Matthew. John Roberts. I went and bought 2 sweatshirts from his merch when I found out. God bless. I didn't even know he had merch.
Awesome.
Yeah, he sells it on his YouTube channel through Teespring. I would encourage people that if they want to go and do that because you never know when it'll. Yeah.
You think? What? You think it'll disappear?
I really hope not, but I don't know what their terms of services is like specifically because it is separate to the YouTube channel.
I think it's a time-based thing. I think it. I don't really know. Actually, I can't speak on it.
I'll put a link to his store here. And this way we'll be able to help share
We were
that
talking
out.
about it in Discord chat earlier. I don't remember the details though.
Let me do it before I forget. Merch store. All right. And then we got I got that one. Valhalla is talking about random content he made about motorcycles. He wasn't trying to build a channel. It was memorializing his biker gang.
It was just a joke, you guys. It was just a razz. Jesus.
I missed this. If he speaks Korean, I don't know if Jeff did. I don't know.
He did.
Jeff
it was,
definitely
I
did.
frequently joked with him that it was one of the funniest things. Watching him switch between speaking to me in fluent English and then him picking up the phone and switching to fluent Korean was one of the funniest things I kept saying.
And I
sure his son
believe
speaks
Connor.
Korean. I'm sure
I
Connor
believe
speaks
Connor was educated there for a little while. Like his mom's Korean, so I think he was.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't.
I'm pretty sure.
Dennis Prager, Charlie Cook said he's making progress with spinal injury, but it'll be a long road. Amen.
Ooh.
Bob Rogers gifting 1 Good Logic membership. God bless you. Appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Hayden with the Viking Hello stream full circle. There you go. There you go. Joe, I think you could replace Whoopi in the Ghost movie remake. That would be funny.
You guys got similar last names, actually. Neerman, Goldberg, close enough.
How do you mean? Yeah, there's nothing like a good awkward moment. I
I
told
tried.
you.
I tried.
Awkward moments are treasured memories. Always. Never shy away from an awkward moment. Awkward moments
Oh shit.
are treasured memories. Joe, and don't forget about these channel links, dear leader. I have all the channel links in
I think
here.
you're good there. I think you're good there. I think you're
I
good there.
have them. God, people complaining at me all the time. All right. Let me check and make sure I didn't miss anything here. No, we're good here. We're good here. All right. We're nearing 5 hours. I think it's time for me to start landing the plane here. So
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think it's time. So yeah, I'm gonna urge you all here. We're at 94.5. We basically got him during the past 5 hours, 2,000 subs. So
Y'all go share that link out too, right? Like
which link?
The Vice's link. Share out Vice's channel. Throw it out there. We're trying to get him to 100,000 subs.
Try and get him to
for his
100,000
family.
subs. Amen. I'll put it up on X also. So
Like, share, subscribe. Do all the things, y'all.
like, share, subscribe, and yeah. And I appreciate all you guys who came in here. Hopefully, some of you who are struggling dealing with this, with the grief, were able to take some bittersweet memories, some laughs, and maybe some perspective that you find helpful. And yeah, he will never be forgotten.
Never.
So so Legal Vices, wherever you are, I want to express my gratitude to you for being a phenomenal friend and the remarkable impact that you had on me as well as countless other people. And so I say to each of you gentlemen and to my audience, and I guess to Legal Vices wherever you ever are, good night. Godspeed.